There's a stillness that lives beneath the ocean, a kind of hush that feels deeper than silence. It's not quiet because nothing is there. It's quiet because of how much as the sea holds secrets older than memory. Entire cities that crumbled without. Word ships that vanished mid-sentence sounds that echo through the dark with no clear source. Sometimes the ocean whispers. Other times it screams, and all of it happens below, just out of reach. Tonight we'll begin drifting into that blue silence. Not to disturb it, but to listen. These aren't myths. These are real mysteries, documented, reported, and in some cases witnessed by hundreds. Some were caught on radar, some left behind wreckage, others simply disappeared. We begin not with a crash, but with a pulse. In 1997, deep in the Pacific Ocean, an ultra-low-frequency sound was recorded by the NOAA. It was louder than any known whale, any submarine, any explosion. They named it the bloop. What made the bloop unique wasn't just its volume. It was organic. The spectrogram signature looked almost alive, like a biological creature had produced it. But if that were true, whatever made it would have had to be larger than any living thing known to science. At first, researchers speculated. Some suggested a previously undiscovered sea creature. Others whispered about colossal squids or prehistoric beasts long hidden in the Hadal depths. The bloop came from somewhere near Point Nemo, an area of the ocean considered the most remote point. On Earth, no islands, no ships, no human presence, just water, endless crushing water. Later official reports dismissed the sound as glacial ice shifting beneath the sea. But not everyone was convinced the recording didn't match any previously documented icequake, and more. Unsettlingly, it only happened once. No other similar noise has been detected since it came. It was heard, and then it was gone. The bloop remains one of the loudest and most unexplained sounds ever captured by oceanic surveillance. And even now it sits in scientific databases labeled with a quiet uncertainty, unknown biological origin. But that's only the beginning. Thousands of miles from Point Nemo lies the Devil's Sea, a region off the coast of Japan known for strange vanishings. And navigational anomalies, often called the Pacific Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Sea, has long been avoided by fishermen and sailors alike. Entire fleets have vanished there without a trace. In 1952, the Japanese government launched an investigation. After 5 military vessels went missing in the region, the ship they sent to investigate the Kayo Maru, number 5, vanished too, along with its crew of 31. No distress calls, no wreckage, nothing. Some blame magnetic anomalies. Others suggest underwater, volcanic activity, or rogue waves, but none of those fully explain the scale or silence of the disappearances. Old legends speak of sea dragons, of islands that rise and vanish, of whirlpools that suck entire ships into the abyss. But those stories existed long before GPS radar or sonar, and still, with all our technology, we lose ships there even today. Sometimes it's not just what we see, but what we don't. One of the most chilling modern ocean mysteries involves a sound, a pattern, really, a mechanical clicking deep in the Arctic Ocean. Submariners began reporting it in the 1980s, describing it as rhythmic and deliberate, not geological, not biological. Something else. Some called it the quacker. The sound seemed to follow. Submarines often. Dodging sonar, appearing and disappearing at impossible speeds. Soviet naval captains believed it was a new form of NATO surveillance. NATO believed it was Soviet tech. Neither were right to this day. The source of the quacker remains unknown. It was. Heard for decades, and then around the collapse of the Soviet Union it stopped. Did something change in the ocean, or did it simply stop revealing itself? What's striking about all these accounts is not just the mystery, but the silence that follows. No follow-up, no answers, only absence. But maybe that's the ocean's way. It reveals itself slowly in fragments, and only when we listen long enough to hear what's been speaking all along, when your mind feels heavy again. Remember this place. Subscribe, so you can return to the calm once more. Part 2. The ship that returned without a sound. Night falls differently at sea. It's not like on land, where the sky dims slowly behind trees or buildings at sea. Night feels like a curtain being pulled over. The world. One moment you're surrounded by endless water touched with golden light, and the next, nothing. No borders, no landmarks, only black waves and darker sky. And in that emptiness, strange things happen. Things that don't always return with explanation. In 1955, a ship named the MV Joya left the harbor at a pier Samoa bound for the Tokala Islands. It was a routine journey. The vessel had made similar trips dozens of times, fing cargo and passengers across the remote reaches of the South Pacific. It wasn't a luxury liner, just a sturdy ship trusted by its captain and crew. The weather was calm. The cargo was secure. On board were 25 people, 9 crew members and 16 passengers, including a doctor scheduled to perform surgery at their destination. They never arrived after the Joya missed its expected arrival date. A search began. It lasted weeks. Planes scanned thousands of miles. Ships combed open waters, nothing. No wreckage, no oil slicks, no distress signals. And then 5 weeks later it was found. The Joya was spotted drifting aimlessly more than 600 meters off course. It was listing heavily to one side, partially submerged but still afloat. Her hull had not been breached. Her cargo was scattered but not looted. Lifeboats were missing, and every soul aboard had vanished inside. The scene was strange. Half-eaten meals sat undisturbed. Medical supplies were open and bloody bandages lay near the deck. The ship's logbook was gone. The radio had been tuned to an international distress frequency, but the antenna was snapped, rendering it useless. The clock in the cabin had stopped at exactly 10:25. It was as though time itself had frozen mid-sentence. There was no sign of violence, no signs of panic, but something had happened. Something significant. Enough to cause 25 people to abandon a seaworthy vessel, leaving food, water, fuel, and shelter behind. Over the years, theories have emerged and faded. One suggests a sudden leak in the engine room, making the crew believe the ship was sinking, but the Joya was constructed of balsa wood and designed to be unsinkable even in its damaged state. It remained afloat for weeks. Leaving it was not logical. Another theory blames pirates, but the valuables were untouched: watches, money, cargo, all still there. Nothing was stolen and no blood was found. Apart from the stained bandages, some proposed mutiny or a medical emergency that spread panic. Others suggest something less explainable. A rogue wave, a sudden hallucination from contaminated food, or an encounter with something not human. What chills investigators is the silence. No signals, no final messages, just a ship floating like a ghost through the Pacific, untethered, empty, and mute. The ocean is full of ghost ships, but few as eerie as the Joya. A vessel that didn't just lose its passengers, it lost its story. The cause was never determined. No bodies were found, no rafts recovered, no one came forward. The sea swallowed it all, leaving behind only questions and the unsettling image of a ship adrift, eyes wide open, mouth forever shut. Stories like the Joya remind us that the ocean doesn't always take loudly. Sometimes it removes without violence, without sign, without memory. Further south, near the frigid waters of Antarctica, another. Silence pulses beneath the ice. In the 1960s, seismographic stations recorded something strange beneath the Weddell Sea, a rhythmic low-frequency signal. Unlike any known tectonic movement, it was dubbed the slowdown, and its origin remains uncertain. Not an earthquake, not machinery, but a pulsing, deep presence, something moving, shifting, alive. The frequency seemed to originate from beneath the seabed itself, beneath layers of ice and crust, too deep for whales, too deep for submarines. And yet, it came, and went like breathing, as if something vast was sleeping beneath the continent's edge, and the sensors had picked up its stirrings. Attempts to trace it failed. When researchers returned with more advanced instruments, the sound was gone. But in some reports quietly archived and rarely cited, there are notes, mentions of mechanical regularity patterns, deliberate shifts, and then a sudden stop, as though whatever it was had become aware of the listening in 1977, thousands of miles away. A radio. Telescope at Ohio State University detected a narrow-band radio signal from the direction of the constellation Sagittarius. It lasted 72 seconds. The astronomer monitoring it at the time circled the printout and wrote one word next to it. Wow, to this day, the wow signal is the most credible potential message from beyond Earth ever recorded. Its frequency matched the hydrogen line, a universal constant among scientists, and the frequency most likely to be used by intelligent life attempting interstellar communication. But here's where things twist. In 2017, a paper suggested the signal might have come from a passing comet. The theory was widely debated, but even if true, it wouldn't explain why no similar signal had ever been detected. Before or since it came, once it was heard, then it was gone. Just like the bloop, just like the quacker. The deeper we go into ocean mysteries, the more they start to echo the mysteries of the stars. We look up and wonder, we look down and disappear. And maybe they're connected. Maybe we've always been searching in the wrong direction. Maybe the things we look for in the sky, signals, vessels, watchers have been waiting in the deep this whole time because the ocean doesn't just reflect the night. Sky, it hides it. Part 3. The lights below the surface in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, where the horizon stretches into infinity and the waves roll like ancient memory. There have been nights when sailors see lights that shouldn't exist, not above but below. Pale, luminous glows rising from beneath the water, pulsing softly like the breath of something alive. These aren't tricks of moonlight. They move, they respond. And for centuries, they've remained unexplained. One of the earliest documented sightings comes from the 1800s, recorded by sailors aboard the British ship HMS Vulture. The crew described encountering a vast circle of light beneath the surface glowing, greenish-white and stretching for nearly a mile in diameter as they approached. The light dimmed, then brightened again, as if reacting to their presence. There were no lanterns, no phosphorescent algae, no known sea life capable of producing such a scale of illumination, just silence and that steady, intelligent glow. This wasn't a singular occurrence throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. Similar reports surfaced from every ocean, strange underwater lights that moved independently. Sometimes chasing ships, sometimes drifting slowly alongside them. For hours, submariners in particular have long reported encounters with unexplainable undersea luminescence during the Cold War. Both American and Soviet submarines logged hundreds of accounts of what they termed USOs, unidentified submerged objects unlike their airborne counterparts. These entities traveled underwater at speeds that defied hydrodynamics, made no sound, and often glowed from within in 1963 during a NATO naval exercise off the coast of Puerto Rico. A U.S. submarine, the USS Wasp, was shadowed by a bright, fast-moving underwater object radar and sonar operators. Both confirmed the presence of the anomaly, tracking it as it moved at speeds exceeding 150 knots, far faster than any submarine of the era could manage or even survive when approached. The object dove at impossible angles, then vanished completely. The exercise was halted, and no official explanation was ever provided. Those who were there say it wasn't a glitch. They saw it, they chased it, and it outran them near the coast of Norway, in the deep waters of the Norwegian Sea. Similar events have occurred so frequently, in fact, that locals have a name for it: the Hestelin lights, though often visible. In the sky, witnesses have reported versions of the same lights emerging from nearby lakes and rivers, moving in formation before vanishing into the ground or sea. In one event, a light shot out of the water with no splash, hovered, then darted off into the mountains at a speed radar failed to track investigators' installed sensors and cameras. The phenomena continued intermittent, intelligent, and defiant of natural explanation. More recently, deep-sea oil rig operators in the Gulf of Mexico have reported strange readings, cameras sent to inspect the seabed. Occasionally capture unexplained flashes of light, sometimes accompanied by sudden magnetic interference. In one instance, an ROV remotely operated vehicle, lost all signal for 90 seconds after encountering what was described as a spinning luminous structure resting on the ocean floor when contact resumed. The object was gone. The footage, partially corrupted, shows little more than murky outlines and a flash of movement before cutting to static. Officially, it was blamed on power fluctuations, but the operators knew their machines, and they didn't believe it. Some researchers have begun to speculate that these lights and objects might not just be visiting Earth, but living. Here, the ocean covers more than 70% of the planet, yet we've explored less than 5% of its depths. The trenches and underwater cave systems remain largely uncharted. If there were a place for something or someone to hide, this would be it. And then, there's the Baltic Sea anomaly discovered in 2011 by a group of Swedish treasure hunters scanning the sea floor with sonar. The object appears to be a massive disc-shaped formation, nearly 200 ft in diameter, resting silently in the darkness of the Baltic Sea. The structure is too symmetrical to be natural, with right angles, sharp edges, and what appears to be a staircase leading up one side. The sonar images are haunting it. Looks crafted abandoned. Watching initial dives revealed a layer of what looked like scorched rock surrounding the anomaly, as if it had experienced extreme heat before settling on the seafloor. Electrical equipment brought near it often malfunctioned. Cameras shut off communications. Failed when divers attempted to take samples. Their instruments behaved erratically. Geological analysis found that parts of the anomaly didn't match the surrounding seabed. Some of the materials seemed out of place, even manufactured. Some speculated it might be an ancient Nazi structure, others a sunken temple, but others looked at the shape, the angles, the size, and said, "This is not from here." To this day, the anomaly remains untouched. Funding for further exploration dried up. The region was quietly closed off for preservation reasons, and the world moved on. But the lights didn't stop. In 2022, a deep-sea drone launched off the coast of Japan recorded a slow, spiraling light far below the reach of sunlight. It was dismissed as camera glare, though the footage shows the light circling, stopping, then accelerating upward before vanishing. Independent analysts found no digital artifacting. The footage was real, but no one followed up. The ocean holds on to its mysteries like a child clutching secrets. It doesn't reveal, it flickers. It suggests, it lets you see just enough to keep looking, and no more. These lights, whether mechanical, biological, or something else entirely, appear, move, and disappear with intent. They do not rise from the water like searchlights. They do not act like fish or plankton or algae. They blink in pulses. They fly beneath the surface. They wait, and maybe, just maybe, they are not meant for us. Maybe the ocean isn't just home to undiscovered creatures. Maybe it is home to undiscovered minds. Part 4. The Forgotten Wreck and the Man Who Wasn't There. The sea remembers everything. It may not return it to us when we ask, but it keeps it somewhere beneath the pressure. The currents and the cold ships that sink don't disappear, they rest. Sometimes they are found, sometimes they are not, and sometimes they come back changed. In 1948, a chilling incident unfolded. In the narrow, busy shipping lanes of the Strait of Malacca, multiple ships reported receiving a distress call from a Dutch freighter known as the SS Orang Medan. The voice on the other end was strange calm, but broken by static. The message was terrifying. In its simplicity, all officers, including the captain, are dead, lying in chart room and bridge, possibly whole crew dead. There was a pause, then a final sentence came through, "I die," and then silence. Nearby vessels rushed to locate the ship, triangulating the signal as best they could. Eventually, one ship, an American merchant vessel, claimed to have located the Orang Medan. Adrift, it appeared intact, but eerily still when boarding crews climbed aboard. What they found turned a rescue mission into a nightmare. The entire crew was dead. Their bodies were sprawled across the deck. The bridge and the engine room, some lay frozen in positions of sheer terror. Their faces twisted into expressions of panic, their arms raised as if trying to defend. themselves from something unseen. Others were found with wide eyes, open mouths, and no signs of trauma. Not a single wound, no blood, no gunfire, no evidence of violence or struggle. The ship's dog was found dead as well, teeth bared back arched, as if trying to fight something that wasn't there. There were no survivors. Even more strangely, the bodies showed signs of advanced rigor mortis, suggesting they had died. Hours, perhaps even days before the distress signal had been sent. The radio was intact. But there was no sign of the operator, and the ship itself, though silent, bore no damage. The boarding party decided to tow the ship to port for investigation, but before they could, smoke began rising from the lower decks. Moments later, the Orang Madan exploded so violently that it lifted out of the water before vanishing beneath the waves. The boarding crew barely escaped. In time, the wreck was never recovered, and just like that, the evidence was gone. Theories blossomed. Some said it was a chemical spill, that the ship had been carrying illegal cargo like potassium cyanide or nerve agents. But that didn't explain the sheer terror on the faces of the crew, nor did it explain the lack of burns, the absence of chemical residue on the boarding party, or the reason why the radio had transmitted a message after everyone aboard was already dead. Others speculated that the ship had been involved in some kind of secret government operation, possibly transporting experimental weaponry or exotic biological material, but no nation has ever confirmed the Orang Madan's registration. It's not listed in Dutch shipping records. No official maritime documentation confirms its voyage. It's as if the ship existed only for the purpose of its own disappearance. And then there are the stranger theories. Some believe the Orang Madan encountered something beneath the sea, something ancient, something unknowable. The idea of a fear frequency has been floated, the possibility that certain deep-sea sound waves, either natural or synthetic, could trigger uncontrollable fear hallucinations. Even death, the ocean is known to carry ultra, low frequencies called infrasound, capable of vibrating the human body in disorienting ways. Some researchers believe these vibrations, amplified in a closed metal hull, could cause paranoia, panic, and even heart failure. But that still leaves the question what triggered it. Some claim there was a presence on board, not a physical one, but something felt that the crew died from something they perceived, something invisible, something so overwhelming that their bodies responded as if to a direct threat. Some say they were not killed. They were terrified to death. And yet the most chilling part of this story came years later in 1959. A classified report surfaced in the archives of a maritime intelligence office in Trieste. In it was a reference to a man found drifting in a lifeboat off the coast of the Philippines, malnourished, dehydrated, and unresponsive when questioned. Gave a single name. Orang he refused to speak further. No one could determine his origin. He bore no identifying documents, just a number tattooed on the inside of his forearm. M4837. That man disappeared from custody within 2 weeks. No record of his. Transfer exists. No name, no paper trail. Just a final note scribbled in the margins of the file. Not to be interviewed again, appears sensitive to pressure. Changes avoid exposure to sea level pressure for extended periods. The page ends there. The Orang Madan may never have existed in any official ledger, but the story remains retold by mariners, whispered in the mess halls of old cargo ships, and sometimes muttered by those who've heard things on the water they cannot explain. Because sometimes the ocean doesn't just hide wrecks, it hides moments, terrifying, unprovable fragments of time that surface only when conditions are right, just long enough to be seen, just long enough to never be forgotten. And then they vanish like a voice over the radio, like a flare in the distance, like a ship that never should have been there at all. Part 5, the last signal from the Mariana Trench. There's a place in the Pacific Ocean so deep, so unreachable that sunlight hasn't touched its floor in millions of years. The pressure at its base is over 1,000 times that of sea level, enough to crush a human body instantly. It's colder than ice, darker than midnight, and emptier than space. This is the Mariana Trench, specifically its deepest known point, the Challenger. Deep nearly 7 MEI straight down, fewer people have visited it than have walked on the moon. But in 2016, something or someone sent a signal from that impossible depth. The story begins with a private deep-sea exploration. Company based in Australia using a remotely operated submersible equipped with state-of-the-art sensors. They were contracted to survey the trench as part of a joint research initiative with several Pacific nations. Most of the work was routine, mapping sediment layers, collecting microbial samples, testing pressures, resistant materials. But on the third day of descent, as the submersible hovered just above the trench floor, it picked up a burst of coded acoustic noise. The sound wasn't like any marine creature or seismic tremor. It was sharp, rhythmic, structured. The onboard AI system flagged it immediately. The signal had repeating elements, a consistent rise and fall in tone and intervals that suggested intelligent origin at first. The team thought it was a fault, electronic feedback perhaps, or an echo from the submersible itself. But when they analyzed the waveform, it was clear the sound was external. It was coming from the trench floor, more specifically from inside a narrow crevice that hadn't yet been mapped. The team began recording the signal repeated every 47 seconds. It lasted for nearly 4 hours. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. They reviewed the data. The pattern was precise, not random, not chaotic. The frequencies fell just outside the vocal range of any known whale or fish. Sonar imagery of the source region revealed no obvious structures, no gas vents, no geological anomalies, just blackness. The recordings were sent to several universities for verification. One physicist at Tokyo University noted that the structure of the signal bore eerie similarity to early human encryption systems, primitive, repetitive, but deliberate. Another researcher at MIT compared the sound to the wow signal detected by radio. Astronomers in 1977, both signals shared a narrow bandwidth spike, though this one was underwater. But perhaps the most chilling observation came from a linguist specializing in nonverbal communication. After analyzing the spectrogram, he wrote a single line in his report. "It's not a message. It's a reply to what he didn't say." The company went quiet after that. Their next expedition, scheduled just 2 months later, was quietly canceled. Funding dried up. The lead researcher retired early when, asked in an interview whether the signal could have been faked, he replied, "If it was, we didn't fake it, and if someone else did, they're already down there." The story might have ended there, just another oddity buried in oceanographic archives, but the data leaked. Amateur researchers, hobbyists, and cryptographers around the world began dissecting the frequency pattern forums lit up with speculation. Ancient civilizations beneath the sea, alien surveillance equipment, even time-traveling probes. Most dismissed it as fantasy until the second signal arrived. It came 2 years later in 2018, recorded by a U.S. Navy hydrophone station off the coast of Guam. This time, the burst lasted for only 11 minutes, but the pattern was unmistakably similar. Same frequency range, same intervals. Only this time it ended with a new sound, a downward sweep in pitch like a sigh or a closing door. No other transmissions have been recorded since. Some believe these signals are naturally occurring. Phenomena we simply haven't classified yet. Perhaps pressure shifts, causing deep resonance chambers to emit structured noise. Others point to the presence of manganese, nodules, and rare earth metals at those depths, suggesting the possibility of natural piezoelectric effects. But those explanations ignore the structure, the pauses, the repetition, the silence between each burst that feels intentional. Those who've heard the recordings say the sounds are strangely human, not in voice or tone, but in their weight, as if whatever made them was aware of being heard. One theory, often whispered in classified circles, is that something was buried in the trench long ago, something sealed away or crashed or entombed, that the trench itself is not just a geological scar, but a vault, and that the signal wasn't sent to us. It was sent to open something. Stories of strange lights, metallic objects, and even fast-moving Underwater crafts in the area have been passed around for years, most dismissed as misidentified submarines or oceanic drones. But when you put the pieces together, the signal, the sonar, echoes the disappearances of unmanned drones near the same crevice. Something begins to emerge, a pattern, a rhythm, a presence in one of the last internal memos from the exploration company. Before it shuttered, an anonymous technician wrote a single sentence in the margins of a sonar diagnostic chart. It hears us now. Since then, ships in the area have reported unusual compass behavior. Undersea cables have gone offline, and every few months a burst of infrasound rolls across the Pacific floor, just loud enough to be picked up by the sensors, but never. Repeated, always different, always distant. But if you slow it down, if you stretch it into audible range, it sounds like movement. Slow, heavy, deliberate. Something is down there, and it might be waking up. Part 6, the island that vanished without a splash. There are islands on maps that don't exist anymore, and there are islands that exist but have no name, no flag, no history. But then there's a third kind, those that vanish. Not because of erosion or rising seas, but for reasons no one can explain. Not even the ocean seems to remember them. One of the most unsettling of these is the story of Bermuda Island, once located in the Gulf of Mexico, northwest of the Yucatan Peninsula. It appeared on maps as early as the 16th century, catalogued by Spanish seagrapers, and noted in maritime records for centuries, positioned at a strategic point in what would become one of the richest oil regions in the hemisphere. Bermuda was not just real, it was referenced by sailors, colonists, and official Spanish. Maritime law, and then without any warning, it disappeared by the mid-nth century. Efforts to find Bermuda had failed. Satellite scans showed nothing. Naval expeditions turned up only open water. Sonar imaging found no shallow ridge, no submerged land, no remnants of coral or rock. It was as if the island had never been there at all. In 2009, the Mexican government, motivated by international pressure over offshore drilling rights, launched an official search operation to verify Burma's existence. Once and for all, they sent ships, submersibles. They even brought in foreign intelligence satellites to verify historical coordinates. There was nothing, not even seafloor terrain to suggest that land had once stood there. So why had it been included? On maps for nearly 400 years, some proposed that the island had simply eroded into the sea, but islands don't just vanish without a trace. Even coral leave behind skeletal remains or depth anomalies. Others suggested it had been a cetographic error, repeated blindly over generations. But that doesn't explain eyewitness reports from the 1700s or logs from British and Spanish ships who documented passing Bermuda, using it as a navigation marker. The theory that began to spread quietly, carefully, was more chilling. Some believed Bermuda had been deliberately destroyed. There were whispers that the island had been targeted due to its position atop a massive undersea oil reserve. If Bermuda no longer existed, then maritime boundaries would shift, allowing certain countries to claim drilling rights that would have otherwise belonged to Mexico. The island's presence had been a legal anchor in defining territorial waters. Its absence conveniently redrew the borders. But how do you erase? An island, a declassified U.S. naval document from the 1970s, revealed testing of high-yield underwater explosives capable of leveling seamounts. The records noted terrain deformationation tests conducted in the Gulf, though coordinates were redacted. Could Bermuda have been intentionally demolished? Could a government or multiple have removed it to gain control of the black gold beneath the waves? And if so, what else was removed with it? One of the expedition leaders in the 2009. Search later gave a private interview under condition of anonymity. He admitted that their sonar had picked up a strange void, a trench of irregular depth with sharp edges, as if something had collapsed inward or been carved out unnaturally. The anomaly extended for hundreds of meters beneath the surface, and its outline, he claimed, did not resemble geological activity. It looked symmetrical, engineered, and yet no one reported it in the final findings. The official statement concluded, "No, Island exists. No geological evidence of an island has ever existed at those coordinates. But this wasn't the first time the ocean had lost something important across the Pacific. There are dozens of accounts from early naval expeditions of sailors, encountering islands that appear at night glowing faintly, then vanish by morning. Some describe hearing voices before landing only to find empty beaches and ancient ruins with no signs of life. These islands are never found again, not by radar, not by satellite, not even by returning to the exact coordinates. Sailors have a term for them. Ghost isles, shifting landforms that emerge only when certain tides meet or when moonlight touches the water at the right angle. Some believe they are atmospheric. Illusions, others believe they are real. And hiding one of the oldest stories comes from a Polynesian navigator whose oral history speaks of an island called Kalakia, meaning the pale edge. It was said to appear only once in a lifetime, always during times of political upheaval or before great storms. Those who landed there brought back strange materials, metallic sand shells that didn't match any known marine species, and stones that glowed under moonlight. All of it has since been lost in the Atlantic. The story of Antillia mirrors that of Bermuda, a phantom island that appeared on maps during the age of exploration, always just beyond the reach of European ships. Some swore they had seen it, an island with tall towers shrouded in mist. But real Portuguese sailors even tried to claim it. Eventually it was removed from maps, its existence, like Burmese, quietly erased. But why do so many cultures separated by oceans and centuries have stories of places that vanish? One answer: unsettling. But impossible to ignore is that these islands do exist, just not here. The ocean, with its immense pressure and electromagnetic anomalies, may function like a mirror or a threshold. There are theories deeply fringe, but disturbingly persistent, that suggest certain places on Earth act as soft points in the fabric of reality locations, where the veil between dimensions or timelines is thinner, where things can bleed through. An island could exist in one version of reality mapped and explored, only to slip from view in another, and perhaps occasionally something slips the other way. When Bermuda vanished, there were no tremors, no seismic events, no reports of tsunamis or rising tides. He had simply stopped existing, and what's more, no birds, no marine migration patterns, no fishing routes. Nothing in the ecosystem seemed to remember it had been there at all. It's as if the sea itself had been rewritten. And that is the most terrifying part of all. Because if the ocean can forget an island, if it can quietly pull a place into silence without a ripple or a scream, what else can it take? Eatle. What else has it already taken and left no record? Eatle. Not just ships, but time, memory, entire stories. You could sail through the same coordinates. Today, GPS locked in and find nothing but wind and water. But once, long ago, there was a place, a name, a shore. Now only the current remembers, and it isn't talking. Part 7. The Black Fishes of the Baltic Sea. There are stories from coastal towns that never reach newspapers, tales told over weathered tables in the back corners of bars or whispered between old sailors on foggy mornings. Their words barely audible over the sound of waves breaking against the dock. You won't find these stories in textbooks, but they linger like sea mist in your lungs, like salt in your blood. One of them is about the black fishes in the northern reaches of the Baltic Sea, near the Gulf of Baln. Fishing communities have passed down a tale for generations. The story begins in the 1930s, during a string of particularly harsh winters, when fishing vessels went missing, with no warning. No wreckage was found, no bodies returned, just boats that never came home. Locals began to whisper of figures seen in the distance, small crafts, black and low to the water with no lights and no flags. These vessels made no sound, even in icy waters. Fishermen who crossed paths with them reported the same strange details. No one on board ever spoke, no engines could be heard, and the boat seemed to glide rather than float, cutting through the ice fields without leaving a wake. At first, people believed they were smugglers. Finnish, Russian, perhaps even German, but nothing about the vessels made sense. They appeared Only at night, always in full darkness, and when anyone attempted to approach, they would vanish, not sail away, not hide behind fog, just disappear. One man, a veteran fisherman named Errol Layton, reported in 1942 that his vessel was followed by one of the black crafts for nearly 6 hours. No matter how fast he moved, how sharply he turned, it remained behind him just beyond the edge of his lantern's light. He said it made no sound, no ripple, and every time he looked away it seemed to be closer. He didn't go out again after that. The stories intensified during the Cold War with so much military activity and so many naval secrets moving through the Baltic. Strange occurrences were chalked up to espionage, but privately, commanders and radar operators shared accounts that made no sense at all. Silent signals picked up at 3:00 a.m. near the seafloor shapes that moved like submarines but didn't register on sonar interference with communications whenever these crafts appeared, almost as if the water itself was muffling the signals. In 1978, a Swedish coastal radar station recorded an unidentified submerged object traveling at 130 knots near the Åland Islands. The report, later declassified, described it as a matte black object, roughly cylindrical, with no visible propulsion. It entered Swedish territorial waters then, vanished, moving directly into a shallow reef area where no submarine could physically go. Diver was sent, but nothing was found, not even disturbed sediment. The phenomenon became so common in the region that fishermen gave it a name must sedute. The black rowers an eerie phrase because the vessels didn't have OEs, they didn't need them. But the name stuck. Then in 1994, something changed that year. The MS Estonia, a passenger ferry traveling between Tallinn and Stockholm, sank suddenly in one of the worst maritime disasters in European history. 852 people died officially. The cause was a failure in the ship's bow visor, allowing water to flood the car deck and capsize the vessel in less than an hour. But survivors, those who escaped into lifeboats and clung to the wreckage, told another story. Some spoke of an impact, a hard jolt before the flooding began. Others described seeing something in the water, a dark shape, not another ship moving alongside them in the minutes before the tilt. One woman claimed she saw a black, low-sitting boat out her window just before the power went out. She said it had no lights, no markings, but moved with a strange smoothness. These statements were collected but largely ignored the official investigation, made no mention of other vessels in the area. Yet months later, the Swedish military abruptly declared the wreck site a protected grave, not just to prevent looting, but to legally ban all future diving and exploration of the sunken ferry. It was one of the most aggressively enforced maritime no-go zones in the world. The stated reason, respect for the dead, but rumors persisted. A former naval diver, now retired, later claimed in a private interview that he had been deployed to examine the area surrounding the wreck. In the days following the disaster, his team found no other ship debris, but they did find long, narrow drag marks in the sediment trails that began at the ocean floor and ran up the hull of the Estonia like something had made contact, then pulled away. When asked what could have made those marks, he simply replied, "Not us." Other divers began reporting electromagnetic interference around certain coordinates in the Baltic Sea. Interference strong enough to drain batteries, scramble compasses, and disable camera equipment. Many of them turned back, others didn't report their findings at all. It was easier not to. And then in 2010, a sonar scan picked up what came to be known as the Baltic Sea anomaly, a strange disc-shaped formation resting on the seafloor. Its structure was too symmetrical to be natural, it appeared. Artificial, man-made, or not man-made at all. Some compared it to a crashed ship, others to an ancient megalith. But there were no ruins nearby, no civilization to explain it. The anomaly is less than 100 miles from the last recorded position of the Estonia. Coincidence, perhaps. But some believe the black boats originate from there, that they are guardians or collectors, that they appear only at night, because they aren't meant to be seen, that what sank the Estonia wasn't weather or negligence, but an encounter with something older, deeper, and far more territorial today. Few speak of the blackfishes openly, but ask around enough, especially in the quieter harbors, and you'll find someone whose grandfather knew someone who saw them, who speaks of being followed, of lights failing on deck, of hearing something move in the water just beyond view. The ocean is not empty, not at night. And if you ever find yourself in the Baltic Sea somewhere between the past and the ice, and you see a dark vessel trailing your wake, no flag, no crew, no sound, don't signal, don't shine a light, and whatever you do, don't stop. Part 8, The Lighthouse That Called the Sea. There's a kind of loneliness that only exists at sea. It's not just being far from people, it's being small, small beneath the sky, small beneath the water. Now imagine being alone at sea but surrounded by silence that isn't yours, a silence that feels watched. That's the silence. The keepers at Flan's lighthouse must have felt before they disappeared. The Flans sit off the western coast of Scotland, a cluster of jagged rocks rising out of the Atlantic like broken teeth, wind-hipped remote, and ceaselessly battered by the sea. The Isosceles were home to a single structure in 1900, a newly constructed lighthouse manned by 3 keepers who worked in rotation. It was not a place for the faint-hearted. The wind howled day and night, storms were constant, and the nearest human contact was over. 20 minutes away by boat, the lighthouse had been designed to be self-sufficient with food stores and sleeping quarters built into the tower keepers, rotated in shifts, 2 on duty and 1 on leave at all times to prevent fatigue and madness from creeping. In December of 1900, the 3 men stationed there were Thomas Marshall, James Ducart, and Donald MacArthur. All were seasoned seamen, all knew how to survive the sea, and yet none were ever seen again. On December 26th, the relief vessel Hesperus arrived at the island to rotate the crew from the moment the boat neared the rocky shore. Something was wrong. The lighthouse was dark. No flag flew from the mast. No one stood at the landing dock. A sense of unease settled over the crew. The captain sounded the ship's horn. Nothing. He fired a flare. Still no response. A landing party rowed to shore and scaled the slippery stairs that led to the lighthouse inside. It was orderly, too. Orderly. The kitchen table was set for a meal, plates laid out. Neatly but untouched. A chair had been knocked over as if someone had stood suddenly. Coats and boots were missing, but only 2 sets. The fire had gone out, suggesting the room had been cold for days. The logbook was still there. The entries were strange on December 12th. Marshall wrote of severe winds, the likes of which I have never seen, though the weather records from the mainland showed clear skies. He noted Dart had been unusually quiet and that MacArthur had been weeping something, completely out of character for the hardened veteran. The next day he wrote that the storm continued, though no ships on the surrounding coast had reported rough seas. The final entry, dated December 15th, was just 5 words: the storm has passed. God is over all after that. Nothing. A search party scoured the island. The west landing was heavily damaged, iron railings twisted like wire, a supply box ripped from its moorings and turf, torn from the cliffs as if clawed away, but no signs of the men, no blood, no torn clothes, no bodies, just 3 lives gone. The official investigation concluded that a rogue wave, perhaps over 100 ft high, had swept the men into the sea while they attempted to secure equipment. It was the only explanation that fit the physical damage, but it didn't explain why all 3 had left. The lighthouse protocol dictated 1 man must always remain inside. It didn't explain the final log entry, and it didn't explain why there were no storm reports from nearby islands. Just 20 and away, and then came the second flare of mystery in 1920. 2 decades after the incident, a merchant vessel passing by the Flames reported seeing strange lights atop the cliffs, not the standard lighthouse beam, but a slow pulsing light that moved in a circle before vanishing. No keeper was assigned to the lighthouse at that time. The building had long been automated. The ship's captain described the lights as cool blue, unlike any flame or modern bulb, and noted that as the ship Past his compass spun wildly for nearly 3 minutes. That wasn't the last account in 1971. A group of amateur radio operators attempting to make contact with distant stations claimed they received a faint transmission while sailing in the area. The voice was male calm monotone, repeating the same words over and over in a rhythmic pattern. They recorded it when played back on land audio. Engineers noticed something odd. The voice was overlaid with a second frequency too high to hear with, the naked ear. When isolated, the second layer translated to GPS coordinates pointing directly to the Flannan. No source was ever found, no signal ever repeated. Paranormal researchers believe the lighthouse may rest on a natural magnetic anomaly, one of several thin spots scattered across the Atlantic, places where electronics behave strangely. Time seems altered, and even perception distorts. Some believe these areas serve as natural gateways, not necessarily to other dimensions, but to pockets of space where reality thins, and then there's the sea's version of that. Theory. Locals speak of the calling fog, a phenomenon that's part superstition, part live truth. It's said that in rare conditions, a pale mist will roll in from the sea, soundless, heavy and cold. And when it does, it whispers. Not like wind or wave, but like speech, low and beckoning just beneath the edge of understanding. Fishermen say it sounds like someone familiar. A lost wife, a dead brother, a child's voice, they say. If you listen too long, you'll follow it. The Flannan Isles are believed to be one of the origins of the calling fog, a place where something ancient and deep calls out. Not with force, but with familiarity. Some believe the 3 lighthouse keepers heard it, that the storm wasn't weather, but pressure, that one man left the tower drawn toward the fog, the second followed to retrieve him. The third, breaking protocol, ran after them both. By then it was too late, and the sea took what answered what's left. Behind is a lighthouse that still stands automated. Now its lights sweeping the dark without witness, but occasionally, even today, vessels report odd interference as they pass. Lights that flicker, engines that falter, shadows seen on the cliff, and radio static with a voice buried inside. There's something chilling about a place designed to be a warning, a beacon against danger becoming the source of it. Instead, something cruel, in the idea that those meant to guide others to safety were themselves, guided away into the water, into silence, into a part of the sea that doesn't reflect light, but remembers names. Part 9. The hollow beneath the ice, in the vast frozen expanse of Antarctica, the wind never truly stops. It hisses across the ice in waves carrying centuries of secrets buried beneath layers of snow and silence. There are no cities here, no forests, no sound of life beyond the occasional distant crack of glacial movement, and yet hidden beneath this frozen continent, beneath the quietest place on Earth, something ancient may be stirring. The mystery begins in 2013 when a multinational research team drilling near Lake Visto, a subglacial lake buried under more than 2 mi of Antarctic ice, detected a series of pressure anomalies. Far below the surface, their mission had been to explore microbial life in the isolated waters trapped for millions of years beneath the ice sheet. But what they found wasn't just bacteria, it was space, empty space, a void that should not have existed. Initial data showed a vast air-filled chamber nearly 300 ft high and over a mile wide hidden inside the ice shelf. The cavity wasn't filled with liquid water or sediment. It was hollow, eerily hollow, and based on laser depth readings perfectly arched, like the inside of a dome. There was no geological explanation for it. Natural ice formations do not create smooth, symmetrical chambers, especially not at that scale. It wasn't the only anomaly before the researchers could lower a probe into the hollow. Their equipment began to fail. Temperatures spiked unpredictably. Readings fluctuated beyond calibration and pressure. Sensors gave contradictory results as if the void's shape was changing. Some of the team believed it was just interference from the shifting ice, others weren't so sure. Then came the recordings using low-frequency radar pulses to map the interior. The team noticed rhythmic echoes coming from within the void, too regular to be seismic activity, too inconsistent to be natural resonance. The pulses repeated at intervals of exactly 31 seconds when processed through audio enhancement software. The signal resembled a low hum, slowly rising in pitch, then cutting off abruptly, as if silenced by something just before. Completion in private journals later leaked to the public. One of the lead scientists wrote, "It doesn't sound like geology, it sounds like something breathing something deep." The team didn't stay long after that. Within days, the expedition was called off. Funding disappeared. The station was decommissioned for equipment overhaul. The official reports made no mention of the hollow when questioned. The research organization denied any irregular findings and blamed the anomalies on instrument calibration errors due to ice density variability, but the raw data was never released. The radar logs vanished and several of the scientists quietly left the field altogether. But the ice didn't stop shifting in 2017. Satellites monitoring the West Antarctic ice sheet captured an event known as a gravity anomaly near the site of the Vostok Hollow. The gravity field in the area fluctuated drastically over a period of 24 hours, enough to cause minor tidal irregularities thousands of miles away. No surface quakes were detected, no meteor strikes, just a sudden pull downward as if the Earth itself had breathed in that same year. Amateur radio operators in Tierra del Fuego picked up a low-frequency transmission, unlike anything they'd heard before. It was faint, barely stronger than background static, but contained a signal embedded in the noise, slow pulses, 12 seconds apart, then silence. The pulses repeated every hour on the hour for 9 days, then they stopped. Independent analysts traced the origin back to Antarctica, more precisely to the same coordinates as the hollow beneath Lake Vostok. The Antarctic Treaty prohibits any military activity on the continent. But in 2018, satellite imagery began showing a strange increase in logistical flights to and from research stations near the area. White, unmarked cargo planes, strange convoys, no insignia, and long nights with floodlights glowing against the snow illuminating nothing. And then came the rumors. Personnel stationed nearby began reporting strange dreams. Dreams of enormous rooms beneath the ground, of curved walls, humming with vibration of a low sound. Always there like a heartbeat. Some even spoke of seeing something under the ice. Not a structure, a shape. They described it as organic, massive sleeping. Of course, these were just stories. Antarctica breeds isolation. The human mind twists in the cold, but the frequency, the hum kept returning always, the same always just beneath the surface like a memory. One theory shared only in classified circles is that the hollow beneath Vostok is not a void, but a chamber, a waiting room that whatever rests there is not a part of our world in the way we understand it, that it was placed not born, and that the ice is not its prison, but its shell. There is a legend, one spoken by the Sami people of the north, of a great sleeping thing beneath the world, bound in cold and silence, whose dreams ripple through the earth, like distant thunder they call it unnew. Which means the one that forgets, they say that when it wakes, it will remember everything. Perhaps the void under the ice is the breath of something ancient. Perhaps the signal isn't calling out, but calling back. Or perhaps it's just the ice shifting, as it always does, explaining nothing, revealing just enough to keep us awake. But one thing remains true since that day in 2013. No expedition has returned to that exact point, beneath the Vostok station. And every winter, when the sun disappears from Antarctica for weeks at a time, the instruments left behind still register faint vibrations like footsteps from below. Part 10. The drowning village that still rings bells. There's a certain sound. That belongs only to small villages. The slow creak of shutters in the wind. The crunch of boots on packed earth. The distant clang of a church bell drifting through early morning fog. These sounds feel safe, rooted in human rhythm. But when the village is gone, when the people have left, when the buildings are beneath the water, what does it mean? When the bell still rings deep in northern Italy, nestled at the edge of the Alps, lies a lake called Largo d'Aria, to a casual traveler. It's a picturesque, sight turquoise waters cradled by snow-capped mountains, a peaceful body of water that draws photographers and hikers year-round, but at its center, something breaks the surface. A tower stone weathered ancient rising straight from the lake, as if it were growing from the water itself. It is not a sculpture, not a ruin. It is the last remnant of a drowned village. The tower belonged to the old church of Curon, a small village with centuries of history, once home to farmers and craftspeople who lived quietly beneath the mountain's shadow. In 1950, the village was deliberately flooded to create a man-made reservoir, part of a hydroelectric project meant to power Italy's post-war recovery. The government relocated, the residents demolished most of the buildings and built a dam that submerged the valley beneath 30 man-hours of water, but they did not demolish the church tower. It was too structurally sound, too iconic, and so it was left behind, standing eerily alone in the middle of the lake. Its pointed roof rising above the surface like a memory that refused to drown. At first it was just a curiosity. Tourists came to take photographs. Local children dared each other to row out to the base in winter when the lake froze over. Villagers walked across the ice to stand beneath the tower and wonder what else still rested below. But then strange things began to happen. It started with stories. People walking near the lake at night claimed they heard bells ringing from the tower, soft, faint, as if heard through layers of water. Some heard a single chime, others a series, always at dusk, always when the fog was thickest. The problem is, the bell was removed before the flooding. There is no bell inside the tower, still the sound persisted. Visitors staying in nearby inns began reporting odd dreams after walking along the lakeside. Dreams of walking through streets beneath water, of windows glowing from beneath the surface. One woman described dreaming of a door underwater that opened into a lit room where people sat around a table unmoving as if waiting. She had never been to Curon before. She had no reason to know that the church once sat beside the village's main square, right across from the mayor's hall, which in turn faced a large communal dining building used for local festivals. Others spoke of lights beneath the lake, dim flickers moving through the water like lanterns. Divers attempting to explore the submerged ruins found that compasses malfunctioned near the tower and electronic equipment frequently failed. Cameras cut out lights, dimmed those who stayed down too long, complained of pressure headaches and a strange sense of being watched not from below but from above. One diver claimed that during a particularly calm descent, he looked upward and saw a face at the surface watching him. It had no features, just the outline of a head. By the time he surfaced, there was nothing there. No record exists of any bodies being left behind during the flooding. The village was evacuated. The residents relocated, but local folklore holds that not everyone left. That one woman refused to abandon the church, claiming the town had made a pact with the land, and that breaking it would cause something old and still. Buried beneath the hills, she was said to have locked herself inside the church during the final days, ringing the bell over and over until the waters began to rise. There is no record of her name, no grave, just stories in 2009 during a temporary lowering of the water level for maintenance. The base of the tower was exposed again. Archaeologists conducted a brief study and found unexpectedly several stone markers embedded in the ground that did not match the age of the church symbols. Not Latin, not Italian. Some appeared to have been chiseled into the foundation, perhaps long before the church was built. One researcher noted they resembled Etruscan burial patterns, though the site had never been an official necropolis that same week. An elderly local man, a former resident of Curon, who had been a child during the flooding, suffered a fatal stroke according to his caretaker. In the hours before his death, he kept repeating one phrase in Lardin, the old local dialect they kept. The bell. They kept it down there, but no bell has ever been found. In 2020, drone footage taken at night showed a faint glow around the tip of the tower. He had lasted for less than 6 seconds and was dismissed as a lens flare, but video analysts later noted the glow had shaped an almost circular aura, expanding and contracting like a pulse. The local authorities declined to investigate further. Today, the village of Curon Vinosta, rebuilt on higher ground, embraces the legend, "The tower is on postcards." The bell that doesn't exist is mentioned in brochures, but those who live closest to the lake. The families who descend from the original residents avoid the shore. At twilight, they do not walk on the ice when it freezes, and they never ever mention the sound of the bell, because sometimes it rings 3 times, and the 3rd ring means someone is coming home. They say if you're alone at the lake and hear that 3rd chime, you must not look at the tower, you must not walk toward it, and above all, you must not listen to what follows, because it will sound like someone calling your name, and it will sound exactly like someone you loved who drowned long ago. Part 11. The sound that lives in the coral beneath the surface of the sea, where sunlight dissolves into blue and pressure begins to shape the world into stranger forms. Coral reefs whisper. Most people think of reefs as silent, static sculptures teeming with fish. But to those who listen closely, they are never still. They crackle. They pulse with the quiet sounds of life. But in one reef deep off the coast of Papua New Guinea, researchers found a sound that did not belong. A sound that by every standard of science should not exist at all. In 2015, a team of marine biologists set out to study coral restoration in a particularly remote region of the Solomon Sea. Their goal was simple: deploy underwater microphones called hydrophones to monitor the acoustic health of the reef, using the ambient noise of marine life to estimate biodiversity. A healthy reef is a loud reef. Clicks from crustaceans, grunts from fish, the snapping of shrimp claws like underwater static. Silence, in contrast, is a sign of a dying ecosystem. At first, their recordings were typical. The coral, though damaged in places, was alive. The microphones captured the expected chorus of sounds, especially during dawn and dusk when marine activity peaks. But on the 5th day, during a nighttime recording, the hydrophones captured something different. A low, vibrating tone, long and steady, almost like a cello string being bowed far beneath the waves. It lasted for 42 seconds. Then silence. They assumed it was mechanical interference. Perhaps a ship or even a mild earthquake producing resonance through the water. But no seismic activity had been recorded that night. No ships were nearby, and the reef lay far from any industrial site. The next night it happened again. Same time, same frequency, same duration. 42 seconds they began recording continuously. Over the next 2 weeks, the sound repeated every night, always at 2:46 a.m. local time, always the same length, always the same tone, low, deep, and oddly melodic, as if trying to mimic a human voice humming in the dark. When the team analyzed the waveform, they found something unnerving. The vibration wasn't just sound, it was structured. The tone fluctuated with mathematical precision, rising and falling in a wave pattern every 3 seconds, creating a modulated rhythm more complex than any natural source they had studied. It didn't resemble any known whale call, seismic signal, or geological resonance. Then, a week into the recordings, something new appeared beneath the sound. A second frequency, higher, sharper. Not a melody, not even a word. Just a pattern of rising chirps, like something tuning itself, aligning with the lower tone it began. 2 minutes after the main tone started, then faded out on the next recording. It started after 1 minute. Then 30 seconds. Then it began to overlap with the main tone, twisting around it, adjusting to it, responding. It was as if something deep in the reef was learning. One of the researchers, a young acoustic specialist named Arya Dev, became obsessed with the signals she isolated. The tones layered them against ocean temperature data, lunar phases, tidal charts. Nothing correlated, but then she tried something else. She slowed the sound by a factor of 10, played it back. It was still not speech, But it felt wrong, familiar in a way that made the stomach clench like a lullaby, sung in a language your body remembered, but your mind didn't. The team brought in outside consultants. A sound engineer from Tokyo noticed harmonic overtones in the signal similar to overtone chanting used in Tibetan rituals. A cryptologist from an Australian university found sequences in the waveform that resembled number patterns used in early communication protocols. Still, there was no source. The hydrophones were triangulated. The signal was always strongest at the center of the reef. A dive was scheduled. 3 divers descended with lights, cameras, and secondary. Audio equipment visibility was clear. Coral growth was strong, fish activity normal, but near the center of the reef, the divers found a dead zone, an area of coral that looked bleached, but not from heat. It was as if something had drawn the life out. Of it, the skeletons of coral still stood intact, but hollow-looking, smooth to the touch, too smooth. And then something strange happened. The divers reported a sudden overwhelming pressure in their ears. Not pain, but vibration, like standing too close. To a speaker, the water itself felt heavy and worse. They began hearing the sound, not in their ears, but inside their bodies, vibrations in the bones, in the chest, in the jewel, a voice without words, a tone without meaning, but full of weight it was, not mechanical. It was alive. They surfaced early. Their footage showed nothing unusual, just coral, empty space, still water, but their instruments picked up the sound again, this time louder, richer, as if the reef had acknowledged them back at the lab. Arya layered the latest signal onto all previous recordings. A new rhythm emerged, not just musical, rotational. It pulsed with the same timing as Earth's human resonances, extremely low frequency waves that naturally occur between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere. The reef was echoing Earth's electromagnetic heartbeat, or perhaps it wasn't echoing at all. Perhaps it was generating it. That theory was buried. Quickly, funding was pulled. The research team was reassigned. The project's name, ECHO. Coral Study 7 was removed from the university site, but one report, a draft paper never published, described the reef as a biological signal amplifier capable of shaping not just acoustic space, but electromagnetic fields. In simpler words, the coral wasn't just singing, it was broadcasting to whom no one could say. Some believe it's an emergent intelligence life born not from cells or neurons, but from vibration itself. Others believe the reef is a conduit, a lens, a door that deep within the ocean below, the crust of biology language is pressure, meaning is rhythm, and the reef is merely repeating something that was whispered to it long ago. The reef still exists, but it's been declared an ecological protection zone off limits to unauthorized. Research local fishermen refuse to cast nets anywhere near it. They say the fish are different. They're quiet, too quiet. Their scales shimmer wrong under light. One man claimed he pulled up a net filled with translucent jellyfish, all of them pulsing, in perfect time with a sound he could feel in his teeth. And sometimes at night, the shoreline hums, no waves, no wind, just a soft, low tone. 42 seconds long, then silence. Part 12. The diving bell that came back empty in 1968 during a series of deep sea tests in the North Atlantic. A specialized diving bell was deployed from a French research vessel near the Azores, a region of known tectonic instability and geological mystery. The mission was simple on paper: send 2 divers down in the newly reinforced bell to test its durability under extended submersion. At extreme depths, the bell, named Marine Noire, was a marvel of engineering for its time, capable of descending past 300 meter while maintaining constant internal pressure and communication. The 2 men chosen were veterans of the deep, skilled in long-term confinement and seasoned against the unique claustrophobia of ocean descent. Jean Lemaitre and Henry Voss were both calm, methodical, and loyal to procedure. They entered the bell on the morning of July 3rd. The descent began at 8:17. Initial transmissions were normal. They reported minor creaking as the pressure increased and described the glow of bioluminescent creatures as the sunlight vanished above them at 2, 300 Mailer Ari mentioned a faint vibration, not mechanical, not from the bell itself, but something external. He said it was like a low drum beat that came and went every few minutes. At first the crew assumed it was a distant seismic tremor. They logged it and continued the descent at 2. 9:10 Memers, Jian's voice returned, but it was different, quieter. He reported seeing something outside the porthole. "It's not a fish," he said. "It's not moving, it's looking." There was a pause, followed by muffled breathing. The transmission continued. But now both men spoke at once. Quiet hurried overlapping each other in nervous tones. The technicians on the surface asked for clarity. There was no reply, just the low hum of the bell's internal systems. Then the signal cut out emergency procedures were initiated. The winch system began retrieval immediately. The process meant to take an hour lasted nearly 3. The winch kept jamming pressure on the cable, fluctuated as if something were resisting. Finally, at 11:44, Marine Noire broke the surface. It was intact, no hull breach, no visible damage. But when they opened it, the bell was empty. There were no signs of a struggle. The seats were still strapped, the controls untouched, the emergency oxygen tanks were unused. Both suits were gone. But the interior was dry, pressure had remained constant, and no hatch had been breached. The only anomaly was in the recordings. The final 90 seconds of audio previously lost had been recovered from the onboard backup. It began with Jean whispering almost, reverently, "It's not outside anymore." Then silence. Then Henry quietly, "Don't open it, it's already inside." The final sound was not human. It was low, guttural, and harmonic, like a chord struck in a cathedral, but wrong, dissonant, a sound that shook. The instruments then static. An inquiry followed. The official conclusion was equipment malfunction and possible psychosis due to deep sea pressure. The case was closed, but privately the engineering team insisted the pressure had held the systems. Had performed perfectly. Jean and Hari did not implode. They did not escape. They were removed in the months that followed. Strange things occurred near the wreck site. A British submarine conducting unrelated exercises picked up what they described as vocalic sonar repeating acoustic pulses in a language-like pattern emanating from the trench divers deployed to investigate reported hearing whispers in their headsets. Even when not connected to the surface, one diver surfaced in a panic claiming he had seen Jean standing on the seafloor, arms raised, unmoving. The Navy blocked off the area shortly after the Marine Noire was taken into custody by French intelligence and locked in a secured hangar in Brest years later during a minor maintenance review. A technician opened the cabin for routine inspection. The interior was damp, unusual, but not unheard of. What unsettled him wasn't the moisture. It was what was written across the inner wall in salt residue. A sentence scrolled in large, crude lines: "We took off our masks. The water breathe U.S." Now the technician left the field the next day. To this day, no other diving bell has been deployed at the same depth in that region. Satellite scans show nothing unusual but deep frequency hydrophones. Still pick up odd harmonics from the trench tones that rise and fall like slow breathing, always between $900 and $3,000. Some believe the men stumbled upon something old, buried beneath the crust, something that doesn't live in our idea of time. Not a creature, not a machine, but a space, a presence, a logic that doesn't belong here, a few even believe. Marine Noire didn't malfunction, that it worked exactly as designed, that it carried them where they weren't supposed to go, and something else came back. Whatever happened beneath the waves that morning in 1968 was never spoken of again, not in official reports, not in documentaries, only in low rooms lit by red emergency bulbs among those who still work on the edges of classified maritime operations, and when they mention the name Marine Noire, they speak softly because the bell came back and it was still ringing. Part 13. The ship that returned without time in 1974. A weather monitoring station on a remote Norwegian island detected a vessel drifting slowly into the fjord. It was early morning. The sky was overcast, and no ships were scheduled. In the area for at least 2 weeks, the vessel appeared without warning, no signal, no distress, call no prior radar trace. The sea was calm, but the ship moved strangely, almost reluctantly, as if being pushed against its will at first. The station crew thought it might be a derelict, but as it neared, they realized the ship had power lights flickered weakly from the upper deck, and faint mechanical humming could be heard through the mist. The vessel was unmarked. No name on the hull, no flag, no identifying numbers. The metal plating was warped in places as if burned or melted, yet there were no signs of impact or corrosion. It looked modern but wrong, designed for ocean travel, but with an architecture no one could recognize. Long corridors, with too many doors, decks stacked too close together, windows in places there shouldn't be windows. Authorities were alerted. A Norwegian patrol boat was sent out to make contact. When the officers boarded, the ship was silent, not abandoned. Silent, all systems appeared to be on, but no crew was found. Food sat half-eaten in the mess hall. A kettle had boiled dry. Several clocks on board had stopped, but each showed a different time. More disturbingly, none of the digital devices were functioning. Even though their power indicators were lit, data logs were scrambled filled with indecipherable symbols. The onboard navigation system, when rebooted, displayed a map of the North Atlantic, but the continents were distorted, the coastlines misshapen. Like a dream of Earth rather than a representation, none of the coordinates matched real-world geography. In the captain's quarters, a journal was found. Its pages were filled with detailed, meticulous writing, but not in any known language. The script was tight-looped and slightly raised, almost embossed onto the paper, as if pressed in rather than written. A single line on the final page was in English. "We are still adrift. Time is behind us. The patrol team withdrew, and the ship was towed too. A secure naval facility on the mainland. Over the next few days, more abnormalities were discovered. The vessel's hull was composed of a titanium alloy that didn't match any known commercial or military specification. Samples taken for analysis showed anomalous isotope ratios inconsistent with Earth-based manufacturing. Radiation levels on board were slightly elevated, not dangerous but higher than background, and isolated to certain rooms that appeared unused. Even stranger were the logs of sound. Engineers found that when the ship's ventilation systems were powered down, a faint hum could be heard throughout the corridors, not electrical, not mechanical, rhythmic pulsing at intervals of precisely 1/618 seconds. The golden ratio, often found in natural patterns like shells, galaxies, and DNA audio recordings of the hum when analyzed, spectrographically showed an underlying structure similar to harmonic resonance frequencies stacked in geometric sequences too perfect to be random. One analyst compared it to whale song passed through a crystal lens. Another described it as language reduced to tone. A theory began to emerge, not officially, but among those working in secret, that the ship had not gone missing, that it had gone elsewhere, that it had slipped not in space, but in chronology, that it had departed from a version of Earth no longer synchronized with our own, a pocket, a fracture, a bend in time where the familiar becomes rearranged. The crew, they believed, had not vanished. They were simply no longer in sync. Their molecules no longer resonated at the frequency of this reality. Some thought they had disintegrated, others whispered they were still on board, unseen, shifted watching. From behind the veil, security footage set up within the ship's lower decks recorded 96 hours of still silence on the 97th hour at precisely 3:33 A. Emotion was detected. Not footsteps, not movement in a conventional sense. The temperature in the storage bay dropped by 9 degrees in 6 seconds, then rose again, then dropped once more. Light bulbs dimmed. One burst on the footage. Static flickered across. The frame shapes emerged, vague, humanoid, but distorted. They didn't walk. They unfurled long, slow movements like smoke rising underwater. The footage was erased internally. 3 minutes later, as if the ship had reached into the system and deleted it. Only one frame remained, a single still of a corridor, empty except for a shadow that had no source at the end of the week. Without warning, the ship's engines activated on their own navigation controls, locked. The moorings snapped, alarms triggered, but no one could stop it. The vessel pulled away from the harbor, accelerating slowly, as if drawn by something unseen. Helicopters followed for 8 minutes until it entered a low fog bank over open ban and vanished, just gone. No trace on radar. No heat signature. Nothing since then. There have been scattered reports. A container ship crew in the North Sea saw a strange vessel on the horizon for 3 minutes. Before it blinked out of view, a signal relay station in Greenland picked up a 20-second-on burst of data that matched the corrupted logs from the original boarding. And in 2021, a fishing trawler off the coast of Newfoundland received an automated distress signal on a frequency long abandoned. The message was garbled, but 2 words came through, clearly still adrift. There's a story passed around among certain naval operators. Now they say, if you see a ship without a flag, one that looks like it's been melted and rebuilt in the dark, you must never approach. You must cut your engines, drift, let it pass. And above all, never answer the radio, no matter what voice you hear, because time doesn't always stay where it belongs. Sometimes it drifts, and sometimes it comes back, looking for the rest of itself. Part 14, The Submarine That Surface Forgot. In the spring of 1983, during heightened Cold War tensions, the Soviet Navy launched a covert experimental mission deep into the Sea of Okhotsk, a cold, remote stretch of ocean east of Siberia. The objective was simple but classified test, a new type of deep reconnaissance submarine designated K-29A, capable of extended stealth beneath both sonar and satellite detection. Officially, the vessel did not exist. There were no launch ceremonies, no crew rosters. It left port under the cover of night. With 57 men aboard and a navigation plan, only 2 officers were cleared to read 3 weeks into the mission. K-29A ceased all communication. The disappearance, though alarming, was not entirely unexpected. The sub was designed for deep silent operations, and long blackouts were part of the protocol. But by the 6th week, without even a burst transmission, the command structure grew. Concerned search efforts were launched. Satellites were redirected. Sonar nets swept the sea from Kamchatka to Hokkaido. Nothing. The sub had vanished. It was quietly declared lost official cause. Implosion due to hull failure at extreme depth. The families of the crew were told there had been an accident during a training run. Closed casket. Funerals were held without. Bodies. The mission was scrubbed from military records, and K-129A sank into rumor, just another ghost swallowed by the Pacific, until it returned 5 years later in 1988. A Japanese cargo ship en route to Anchorage reported a radar contact near the international dateline. A vessel surfaced briefly, then disappeared again within minutes. The blip was strange, too. Slow to be a jet too fast for a fishing boat. Its shape was unfamiliar but unmistakably naval. The Japanese Coast Guard reviewed the footage. Experts identified it with disbelief as a Soviet Gulf-class submarine, an outdated model by that point. But this one had markings no one recognized. The conning tower bore no flag, only a white symbol shaped like an incomplete circle. It was also wrong. In subtle ways, the hull seemed asymmetrical. The plating warped like it had been repaired by someone unfamiliar with how it was originally built. When Soviet authorities were informed, they denied everything. The sub was not theirs. They accused the Japanese of propaganda. But privately, Soviet analysts began to panic, because when they enhanced the footage, they saw the ID plate beneath the tower K-29A, the sub that had vanished 5 years ago. No distress signals had been sent, no beacons. And yet now it was here the U.S. Navy soon took interest. Archived sonar data was reviewed. A low-frequency anomaly had been recorded in that same region only days earlier. What sounded like metal grinding against rock at impossible depth. Then silence. Then the emergence. A plan was hatched to intercept a reconnaissance vessel was deployed from Alaska to attempt contact. They never got close as the American ship approached a sudden fog bank rose from the ocean's surface, dense and unnaturally uniform. Instruments malfunctioned compass readings, reversed lights dimmed, and in the distance through the haze, a shape loomed dark wet and barely afloat. The submarine, one of the crew members reported seeing figures on the deck men in Soviet uniforms. But they stood still rigid as if posed, and their eyes, he said, were too dark, too reflective like water in a human shape. Then, without a sound, the vessel slipped beneath the surface once again. Not a ripple, not a wake, just gone. When divers were eventually sent down weeks later to explore the site where the blip was last seen, they found something no one could explain. At the ocean floor lay an imprint in the sediment and outlined the exact size and shape of K-29A as if it had rested there for a time. But the sediment pattern was wrong. It wasn't settled over years, it was recent. Days old, but beneath the imprint was a layer of fossilized coral, thousands of years old, bent and compressed by pressure that no modern sub should have been able to exert. The site was sealed. The footage classified, but rumors spread. Crewmen began to speak of the cold room, a compartment deep within K-129A, rumored to be added just before its launch. No one knew what it was for, just that it was lined with copper, and always sealed shut. Some speculated it was a listening chamber. Others said it was a vault, a containment zone for something dredged up from beneath the seafloor during an earlier mission, a fragment of metal or something older. What is known, or believed, is that K-129A had gone somewhere it was not meant to go, not merely deep, but elsewhere, that it crossed a threshold in the fabric of the sea where distance ceases to be linear and time begins to fold, that the ocean under certain pressures and geometries becomes a lens, and something from beyond that lens looked back. The submarine was never seen again after 1988, but every few years near the same spot, strange things are picked up, the metallic echoes from far beneath the crust pulses of pressure, with no source. And once in 1999, a single radio burst caught by an aging Soviet receiver left over from the Cold War. One voice, Russian raspy, cracking with static surface. Different time is slow. We are not whole. The message lasted 12 seconds before. Cutting off when analyzed, its signal path did not trace back to the Pacific. It came from the Arctic, thousands of miles away. The sea keeps no graveyards, but it keeps records. And sometimes when the coordinates align and the pressure is just right, it opens its ledges not for the living, but for what's still moving in the dark, for what never truly sank, for what went somewhere else and found a way to come back. The cold room is still sealed, and somewhere beneath the waves, the hull of K-29A still hums not from engines, but from something waiting to be let out. Part 15. The tunnel beneath the waves along the southern coast of Iceland, where black sand beaches stretch like scars beneath glacial cliffs, and the wind always carries the bite of something ancient. There is a place few speak of, even in whispers, near the abandoned fishing village of Djupavik, beyond the crumbling remains of a forgotten herring factory. There lies a section of coast where the waves behave strangely. They don't break against the rocks. They roll back like the sea is breathing inward, and in that place, under certain tides, the mouth of a tunnel appears perfectly round, framed by stone that looks smoothed by fire. Not water. It is not marked on any map. It vanishes entirely at high tide, submerged beneath meters of cold Atlantic swell. But for centuries, its existence has persisted, in local folklore passed down through fragmented myths and drowned stories barely held together by memory and fear. They call it Blow the Muley, the blood tunnel. According to the old tales, the tunnel was once a vein of the earth, a place where something massive and living breathed through the planet's crust. The Vikings who first settled the land believed it too. Be a wound from when the gods struck the sea with fire. Others say it was older than the sea itself, that the tunnel did not lead down but through into a different version of the ocean entirely, one where the laws of water no longer applied in 1962. A British geological survey team mapped the coast and recorded an anomaly in the bedrock near Jupavik, a cavity, not a cave, a tunnel nearly 500 meters long, perfectly symmetrical, descending at a steady angle beneath the coastline and extending deep. Below sea level, no seismic activity could account for its formation. Lava tubes don't run that deep. Glacial erosion leaves chaos, not symmetry. The lead geologist, Doc Howard Minton, filed a private report to NATO's Arctic Division suggesting the tunnel might be a formation of interest to advanced exploratory technologies. The next year, he resigned and disappeared from public record. In 1974, an Icelandic diver named Elvar Bernin attempted to explore the tunnel during a record-low tide. He entered with a headlamp, a tether line, and a submersible camera system. According to the video feed, the tunnel walls were lined with black stone that shimmered slightly even without light as Elvar descended deeper. His breathing changed slower. Rhythmic, not labored, but entrained. The line remained taut. The audio feed went quiet except for the sound of dripping water. Then 27 minutes in the tether line jerked forward as if pulled. The camera spun, catching a brief glimpse of something. Impossible. A wall of water not rushing in, but rising vertically from below as if the ocean was falling upward. Elvar's last recorded words were calm. Almost mesmerized. It's not dark here. There's light coming from the stone, then static. The team pulled the line, but it came back slack and frayed, cut cleanly, as if sliced with something sharp and burning. Elvar's body was never recovered. In the years that followed, the tunnel became taboo. Locals stopped fishing near it. Scientists stopped asking questions, but deep in classified oceanographic records, the tunnel is still monitored. Sensors placed around the surrounding seabed record periodic bursts of low-frequency vibration every 17 days at precisely 3 UTC, a harmonic pulse ripples. From within, it lasts exactly 11 seconds. The waveform matches no natural pattern. It resembles a heartbeat. Some believe the tunnel is not a tunnel at all, but a mouth, a breath, that beneath the crust, not far from the mid-Atlantic ridge, something still dreams, not in the way animals dream, but in the way tectonic plates drift slowly, inevitably, and the tunnel is its throat. A declassified photograph taken in 1991 by a Norwegian satellite shows the coastline during a winter storm. The tide is pulled far out to sea. The tunnel is visible open wide and steaming, but something else appears in the image. A shape partially obscured by mist and shadow emerging from the tunnel's mouth. It is not human. It is not machine. It casts no reflection. On the wet rock, it is tall, curved, segmented like the skeleton of something that once moved through water but now moves through time. The image was buried. Today, the area around Jupavik is cordoned off under the pretense of environmental instability. The old road has been closed. The few remaining villages will not speak of the tunnel, not out of superstition but out of experience. A fisherman named Aney, now in his 80s, once told a visiting journalist that when he was a boy, he saw light coming out of the water during a storm. Not lightning light like a lantern held beneath the waves, swinging slowly, and beneath that glow a sound, like bells being rung underwater, slow and deep. He said he never went back. The journalist asked what he thought. Was down there, Ani looked at the sea for a long time and whispered, "Not what?" Because if the tunnel isn't just a hole through the crust, but a path between versions of the ocean, between eras of the sea itself, then perhaps what waits at the bottom is not ancient, not future, but something that exists in both something the ocean remembers, even if we do not, something that was never meant to be found, and every 17 days it breathes and waits for someone to follow. Part 16, The Lighthouse, that counted the waves. A stretch of ocean between Newland and Greenland, known for its cruel weather and sudden fogs, a place where storms form without warning and linger without reason. Ships avoid the corridor when they can. Pilots root there. Paths, the old sailors once called it the counting water, and it earned its name from the rhythm of the waves, perfectly spaced, evenly pulsed like the ocean was following a hidden metronome. No matter the season or sky, the waves there always came. In sets of 7-7 low swells, then silence, then 7 more as if something massive beneath the surface was breathing in sequence on the edge of this corridor. In 1912, a small cast-iron lighthouse was built on a rock formation barely large, enough to hold it. Cape Sulis Light. They called it a thin tower, painted red and white, barely 50 ft tall, with just enough space inside for a single keeper and a few weeks' supplies. It was built to guide steamers past the shelf drop-off, where the seabed plummets into a trench, darker than any part of the Atlantic. Cape Sulis was manned. For 38 years in that time, 5 keepers were assigned, 2 requested transfers within weeks. 1 disappeared without explanation. The last 2 brothers were found sitting at the base of the lamp, eyes open, mouths closed. Not breathing, there were no wounds, no signs of struggle. The journal near their bodies was open to a single page. The final entry read, "It reached the 7th wave, and we heard it count." After that, Cape Sulis was decommissioned, the light was turned off, the structure was left to rust. The official reason was cost inefficiency. But locals knew better. They said the lighthouse had never been meant to guide ships, it was built to mark. Something to watch it for years. The tower stood empty. Then, in 1977, during a spike in strange sonar readings off the shelf, a private oceanographic firm was given permission to use the lighthouse as a base for equipment storage. 3 researchers stayed on site for 9 days on the 10th. The main vessel received a transmission from the tower. The voice on the line was distorted as if underwater. "It's counting again." The voice said it reached 7, but the water didn't stop. Then silence when the ship arrived at the lighthouse. It was empty. No blood, no sign of damage. The equipment was intact, but the logbooks were gone. The only thing out of place was a hand-drawn map taped to the wall, marked with 7 red X's in a spiral pattern each. Labeled with a date, all the dates were in the future. On the next day, a magnitude 6.2 tremor was recorded beneath the Atlantic Trench. It was followed by a burst of low-frequency noise that lasted exactly 77 seconds. Submarines patrolling nearby reported temporary navigation loss compasses, spun depth gauges, glitched 1 sonar. Technician said he heard voices in the static overlapping whispering, never stopping. The official report was interference caused by deep tectonic activity. But no further missions were approved near Cape Sulis, and yet every year since, on the anniversary of the transmission, weather boys around the region pick up a repeating wave pattern. 7 pulses, then a pause, then 7 again. Ships passing through the corridor report radio disruptions exactly at midnight, UTC. Some captains say they hear a bell that tolls once for each wave. In 2005, a digital mapping satellite picked up something beneath the surface, a shape. Not metal, not stone, organic, large enough to cast a shadow across 9 square miles of seabed. The image was buried. The team was reassigned, but one technician kept a copy and later spoke to a friend off the record. He said the structure wasn't just lying there, it was arranged, curved in a perfect spiral, like a nautilus, like a cockily, like an ear pressed against the earth, listening when asked what he thought it was listening to. He said, "Yes, there's an idea now among the few who still study the Sulis records that the waves aren't caused by wind or gravity. They are signals not from above, but from something below, measuring us, sending messages in sets of 7. The 7th wave is always the largest, always the strongest. But maybe it's not about strength. Maybe it's a threshold, a call. And when that 7th wave reaches the shore, something on land listens back. The lighthouse is still standing. Satellite images show the rust has deepened, the lens long shattered, but the structure, itself unlike the rock beneath it, has not shifted in decades. Even during storms, the tower does not move. It casts no shadow at sunset. The tide does not touch its base. And every night at precisely 3:07 a.m., a faint light is seen in the upper window. There is no electricity wired to the island. They say that if you sail close enough, you can hear a sound carried across the water. A low-ticking 7 slow ticks in silence. Then 7 more the sea is counting, and when it finishes counting us one knows what happens next. Part 17. The black net beneath the bay in the coastal waters off the southeastern edge of Japan, where the Pacific begins to darken and drop away into the Kroyo Current, there lies a bay so still that fishermen call it Nemuri Yumi, the sleeping sea. The waves there barely whisper even during storms. Boats glide over its surface without resistance, as if the water itself doesn't want to be disturbed. And when they cast their nets, they are careful not to drag too deep, because every few decades something comes up that no one can explain, something threaded, woven heavy with memory, something not made for air. The first recorded incident was in 1923, when a coastal net trawler returning from an early morning run hauled in what was described as a massive black curtain tangled with kelp and bone. It was slick and fibrous like seaweed, but tougher, resistant to knives, impossible to tear. It was perfectly symmetrical, braided into a tight diamond pattern. That resembled netting, but the openings were too small for fish to pass through. A few sailors touched it. One swore it was vibrating. Another said it was warm. Within hours, 2 men began vomiting salt water. Another suffered seizures. The net was dumped back into the ocean. The story passed into legend, but every so often, once in a generation, it seems someone dredges up a piece of it again. In 1966, a submersible research drone sent to study sediment layers beneath Nemuri Yumi sent back footage that was quietly archived and never released to the public. The video showed long strands of black material draped across the seabed, stretching for hundreds of meters in every direction. Not natural, not geological. The strands swayed in perfect synchrony with no current to move them, as if something farther below was breathing long, slow, and deep. The research team, funded by a university consortium, prepared for a follow-up dive. It was canceled without explanation. The lead oceanographer left his position 3 weeks later. The archived footage was quietly relabeled as corrupted, but the black net had already begun appearing elsewhere in 1981 during construction of an undersea cable line. A crew retrieved a length of unknown fiber, wrapped tightly around the steel conduit. Attempts to burn it failed. Chemical analysis revealed carbon structures so dense they defied known classification. A single strand placed under a scanning electron microscope revealed a pattern of holes spaced exactly 1.618 microns apart, the golden ratio. Not by chance, by design. No marine organism produces such material. Then came the sounds. Fishermen working in the bay began reporting strange noises beneath the hull, low metallic groans. Far too deep to be whales, repeating at intervals during the early hours of morning. Nets started coming back empty. Not torn, just empty, as if something below had already taken everything before the net even reached it. Divers stopped volunteering. In 1994, a satellite passing over the bay captured a thermal image anomaly, a cold void, circular nearly a kilometer wide, right in the center of Nemuri Yumi. The ocean does not hold stable temperatures in such formations without a reasoned subsurface. Mapping showed no trench, no cave, no volcanic activity, just a drop in heat, as if something large and lightless was absorbing it. Then one day the net surfaced again. It was 2008, a commercial fishing operation working deeper than most regulations. A loud dredged up a section of the black net so vast it took 3 vessels to lift it inside. Were no fish, just water trapped in tight, trembling pockets, as if the net had sealed itself into bubbles. The water inside these pockets was different. It had no salt, no bacteria, no trace elements. It was perfectly clear, sterile, as if removed from the sea entirely, as if the net had filtered it. The fishermen, terrified, cut the haul loose and returned to shore. One man suffered a complete breakdown. Another was hospitalized after claiming his skin remembered touching the threads. He said the net was alive, that it was listening through his bones. After that, the government declared the center of the bay a restricted zone, citing geological instability. Public access was banned, surveillance drones were authorized, but still the hum persisted. Still, the fishermen hear the faint dragging sounds in the deep, and every now and then, a small boat disappears. No wreckage, no oil slick, just gone in 2019. A research intern at a nearby university leaked images of a classified sonar scan taken near the bay floor. The scan showed a dome-like structure beneath the sediment, covered in long filament-like protrusions arranged in spiraling rows. The pattern matched the net's design. The structure was nearly 2 kilometers wide. Not stone, not organic. Something in between, the scan file was erased days later. The intern disappeared from enrollment records. What if the net is not a weapon or trap, but a boundary, perimeter, something meant to contain or worse measure? Perhaps the threads are part of a system so vast, so old, that we cannot perceive its full shape. Perhaps the sea is not covering it. Perhaps it is the sea. There's a theory now whispered by deep sea theorists and marine anomaly researchers that the net is not a thing, but a question, that each time it rises, it is looking for an answer, not from us, but from something even lower, something dreaming in reverse. Some believe the net is tightening, that each piece found is part of a countdown, a process. Some believe we are not fishing in these waters, we are being fished, and that when the last knot is pulled, the ocean will lift. Not to drown us, but to take us home. Wherever that is. Whenever. That is part 18. The coordinates that should not exist in 1997. The U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recorded one of the loudest underwater sounds ever captured by human instruments. It came from a remote point in the South Pacific. Somewhere west of the southern coast of Chile, the sound was low frequency, powerful and consistent with an animal origin, yet no known sea creature could possibly account for the scale. The event was named the bloop. It was discussed, debated, dismissed. But while the bloop captured public imagination, something else quieter, stranger happened behind closed doors. Just a few weeks before the sound was recorded, an unmanned oceanographic monitoring station off the coast of Easter Island transmitted a brief signal to its parent network. It was a data packet normal at first glance, but tagged with an embedded file that had no explanation. A set of numbers, not time, not pressure, not salinity. Coordinates, the numbers pointed to a location deep in the Pacific Ocean, not near a trench, not atop a ridge, just open water. But when the location was plotted, something unusual occurred. Every digital mapping system, glitched grid overlays bent around the point, depth profiles looped, and in 3 separate cartographic programs. A warning box popped up: coordinate path exceeds bounds of defined space. The software couldn't handle it, as if the location wasn't on Earth. A private team from a European naval defense contractor took interest using a modified Bayeskir. They set out from Valparaiso under the guise of a deep-sea hardware test. On May 4, 1997, they reached the coordinates. The ocean was calm, sky cloudless, no other vessels in sight. They launched a probe nicknamed Lila to descend slowly into the depths. The plan was simple: reach the ocean floor, record visuals, retrieve environmental data. The descent began normally, but at 800 meters. Something strange occurred. Lila stopped descending, but not because she'd reached the bottom. The tether continued to unwind depth. Gauges kept increasing, but the sonar feed flatlined. There was no reflection, no echo, nothing beneath her. She was falling into absence at 500 meters. The probe's internal compass lost calibration at 5,000. All sensors ceased function except the camera. The team watched, breathless, as the feed continued to show only darkness. Then, for a single frame, the screen flickered. A structure appeared. Massive, curved, made not of stone or metal, but something like polished obsidian, smooth and seamless, as if carved from a single impossibly large substance. Lila's light caught its surface, and for a moment, symbols were visible etchings in a language. No one recognized they didn't look ancient. They looked clean. It knew then the feed died. The cable recoiled, violently snapping upward with unnatural force. The winch seized, metal screamed, and then the tether line went slack. 1. 3 hours later, all digital systems aboard the ship failed at once. No fire, no sparks, just silence. Screens turned black clocks, reset to 0. Emergency batteries refused to engage. It was as if electricity itself had been removed from the environment. It knew then came the sound. A low, throbbing frequency passed through the hole. Not loud, felt more than heard crew members describe the sensation as being watched by something with no eyes, a weight pressing against the inside of my skull, and standing. Inside a question, it lasted exactly 4 minutes when systems returned. The GPS position had changed. They were 7 nautical miles east of their previous location. Impossible without propulsion, sea conditions had not changed. The engines were still dormant. The coordinates they had recorded, the ones from the signal, were now unreachable, every attempt to return. To them was met with navigational error, hardware failure, or dense fog banks that materialized from clear skies back on land. When the team reviewed the single captured frame, they discovered something even stranger. The symbols etched into the structure weren't random. They matched down to precise spacing cave markings found in a flooded cavern in the Yucatan Peninsula. Over 6,000 mi away, those markings, until now, had been classified as undecipherable. They were thought to predate the Mayans, but here in the deepest part of the Pacific they had appeared again, connected by something older than writing, older than civilization. One of the researchers, a linguist named Lowe, was found a days later holed up in his apartment, obsessively sketching spiral patterns and repeating one word over and over in his notes. Irioris, eat new, 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 it knew, it knew, it knew, it knew, it knew. He believed the coordinates marked not a place but an edge, a fold in space, where something ancient had been sealed. Not buried beneath the sea, but hidden in geometry. Not a prison in 3 dimensions, but in equations. He claimed the symbols weren't writing at all. They were a lock, and that the signal, the one sent from the abandoned station, was a key. Eat me, eat me, eat me, eat me, eat me, eat me. It had been offline for 7 months prior to the transmission. No power, no personnel, no logs. The signal had come from nothing since then. Others have tried to reach the coordinates. Every attempt has ended in failure. Some say the ocean rearranges itself to protect that place. Others believe the coordinates are no longer stable, that they drift slowly across the sea, always hiding just outside the edge of comprehension. But every few years someone receives the numbers again. Always the same set. Always embedded inside unrelated data packets, hidden in weather reports, ship logs, satellite errors like a whisper caught in transmission. No one knows who or what is sending them. No one knows what waits at the threshold, but the coordinates are still active and they are still watching. Part 19, the ship in the Mirror Sea, far west of Micronesia, deep in a quadrant of the Pacific that no official sea lane crosses, sailors speak. Of a phenomenon so rare, it almost feels like a shared hallucination. They call it the Mirror Sea, a patch of ocean where the waves stop moving. Not calm, not still, perfectly reflective. Like black glass stretched endlessly in every direction. It's not recorded on charts. It's not mentioned in meteorological handbooks, but mariners, especially those who've crossed the Pacific alone at night, know to avoid it. They say the Mirror Sea appears without warning and stretches just far enough to ensnare. Whatever crosses into it, radar returns nothing. Instruments go haywire, even the wind ceases. But the strangest thing about the Mirror Sea isn't its silence or its stillness. It's what you see in it, your ship exactly as it is, but drifting below you. Not reflected inverted, as if another ocean stretches beneath the surface, and your vessel, same size, same structure, exists down there upside down, following your every move, mimicking every sway. It doesn't react to your light, but it's there. And if, You watch long enough, it begins to change in 1971. A Japanese cargo freighter named Kaisho Maru passed through the region on a chartered route from Singapore to San Francisco. The crew reported glassy seas stretching out for hours, more reflective than anything they'd ever seen. The ship's wake left no trail. The sky mirrored itself so clearly in the water that the horizon disappeared. But what truly disturbed them was the second ship below. At first it followed their exact movements. But by mid-afternoon, crew on the bridge noticed it begin to drift slightly out of sync, a half-second behind, then a full second, then longer. The lower ship stopped mimicking course adjustments. One helmsman swore the crew in the reflection looked different: clothes, loose movements, slower, their faces pale and stretched by nightfall. The mirrored vessel had pulled away entirely, still visible, still beneath them, but no longer a reflection. It was independent, and it was looking up. The captain attempted to radio the Coast Guard, all frequencies dead. They tried to turn the ship. No response from the rudder engine, power dropped by 30%. Then 40 lights dimmed, and the sea turned darker still until it felt like they were floating on ink. The crew was ordered below deck. Only the captain and 2 officers remained on the bridge, watching in mounting terror as the mirrored ship beneath them began to rise, but not toward them, past them through the surface silently without a ripple. The other vessel breached it, hovered above the water upside down, its hull dripping black fluid that didn't fall but rose upward into the sky. Its nameplate was visible for only a moment. Kaisho Maru, just like their own. But the letters were reversed, not mirrored, twisted as if rewritten by something that didn't fully understand language, and then it was gone. In the morning, the ocean had returned to normal. Choppy alive, the reflection was gone. So was the hum that had filled the air during the night. The crew said nothing for the rest of the journey, but when they reached port, they found something waiting for them. A report claiming the Kaisho Maru had already arrived, 2 days earlier docked, refueled, and departed again, signed by the captain. Stamped verified, but no one on board had ever been there. Their fuel was untouched, their cargo still sealed, and the crewman listed as first mate in the falsified log. He had died the year before in a dry dock accident. His name had never been transferred. To the current roster, the shipping company buried the incident, chalked it up to clerical error. The real crew was quietly retired, dispersed across various vessels and ports, but one of them, a mechanic named Daimi, kept writing, he claimed in his final letter mailed from a remote village in Hokkaido, that he still saw the ship sometimes not at sea, not in dreams, in glass, in puddles, in dark windows, on moonless nights. Not just a ship that looked like the Kaisho Maru himself, too. His face, a second behind his eyes not blinking, he wrote, "It follows me now. I left it behind, but it never let go. It remembers me, and I think one day when I fall asleep it will climb back through the mirror. Sea has been spotted a dozen times since then by yacht, satellites, even a passing U.S. reconnaissance plane that lost visual contact with the ground for exactly 6 minutes over the region. Every report the same. The sky folds into the water, compass, needles, spin, reflections, deepen beyond visibility. And always, if you wait long enough, the ship below begins to change. Some believe the mirror sea is a weak spot, an interstice between dimensions, where time, identity, and place become untethered. Others believe it's a trap, a lure, a surface so calm it hides not reflection but invitation, a gate quietly asking, what if you step through? What if the sea you sail isn't the only one? Because maybe there's another version of every voyage, another path, another ship, and maybe it's waiting for the moment. You slip just slightly out of sync. Then it won't need to reflect you anymore. It will simply replace you. Part 20. The forgotten ocean inside the earth beneath our feet lies a world deeper than any trench, darker than any abyss, and quieter than the most remote cave. For centuries, humanity believed the ocean to be the lowest place on Earth, the final descent into silence. But in 2014, a seismic mapping team working under the joint supervision of the United States Geological Survey and The Japan Agency for Marine Earth Science and Technology uncovered something buried so deep beneath the Earth's crust that it changed everything they knew about the ocean and about what the Earth truly is while studying deep earthquake patterns. Under the Mariana Trench, the team observed a cluster of quakes at an impossible depth, over 700 kilometers below the surface, far beneath the mantle's expected water penetration zone. Earthquakes at this level shouldn't behave the way these did the energy. Signature was muffled as if the shock waves were being absorbed, redirected, but even stranger. A faint acoustic resonance barely above the threshold of perception was riding on the waves, a repeating echo, steady and slow like sonar, but not from us. Something was sending it upward. At first they assumed it was interference anomalies in the data, but multiple stations confirmed the signal, all tracing back to the same region beneath the Earth's lower mantle, a point of origin deeper than any natural body of water could exist. That was the assumption until they ran a density scan. What they found defied logic within the ringwoodite layer. A rare form of high-press rock believed to trap water molecules was a zone of material that responded to seismic pressure like a liquid, not damp, not moist, fully fluid, and it was massive, thousands of kilometers wide. It extended in a vast elliptical shape across the upper-lower mantle, as if the Earth itself had formed a secret sea in its bones, a hidden ocean locked inside the planet. The media would later call it the underground ocean, or Earth's third ocean, but what they didn't know, what only a handful of researchers saw in the unedited data, was that the liquid wasn't behaving like trapped water. It wasn't stagnant. It wasn't passive. It moved gently, slowly, but with patterns, circular pressure shifts, as if responding to tides, rhythmic expansions like a breath, and embedded within those pressure shifts was something no natural phenomenon had ever exhibited: modulation, a change in frequency. Like a voice, the deepest part of the Earth was singing. The signal was kept secret. Only a few institutions were given full access. One of them, a private contractor affiliated with Deep Earth Mining Technologies, built a model, a virtual simulation based on the signal structure when run. The program generated a three-dimensional topography of the resonance field. It resembled a labyrinth, coiled, intersecting, fractal in shape, but not random. The pattern repeated a design, almost architectural. Then the simulation began to evolve without input. The structure reshaped itself. It extended columns, chambers, pathways at the center. It formed a hollow dome, a perfect sphere suspended in space. The software began rendering internal features, not geology, not mineral deposits, symbols, grooves along the walls, geometric spirals that pulsed in time with the original frequency. The simulation was terminated after 12 minutes. The system crashed. The code refused to reboot. After that, everything changed. One of the geophysicists, a woman named Dr. Leona Kessler, began dreaming of water, not oceans. Water that pressed inward from every direction. She described a weightless sea, one that didn't reflect light where the sky was, made of stone, and the surface shimmered like skin. She drew maps in her sleep, curved lines, tunnels, spirals. She spoke of cities with no roofs of doors that required no opening. Her colleagues believed she was having a breakdown. She believed the Earth was remembering itself through her. Her final note, scribbled in the margin of a research journal, read, "The ocean isn't on top of the world. It is inside the world. That's where it started. That's where we're going back." She disappeared 3 weeks later. Her security badge was last scanned at a geothermal plant near Iceland. Her body was never found later. Another signal was picked up, this time from Antarctica under the ice sheet. A lake known as Vosto had long been suspected of hiding life, bacteria, microbes, maybe more, but in 2017 a drilling anomaly sent a vibration into the Earth at a precise frequency, the same frequency the Pacific data had shown the resonance echoed back from below, not from the lake, but beneath it. The same rhythm, the same modulation, and with it a new pattern. This one pulsed every 88 minutes, an orbital interval. A rotation it suggested that whatever lay within the Earth's hidden ocean wasn't just massive, it was moving. And it had been for a very long time. What if the ocean? We know the one on the surface is only a membrane, a reflection. What if it was born from something deeper, older? What if life didn't begin in the shallow seas, but in the pressure, in the silence, in the echo of a sea that no light has ever touched? What if that sea remembers us? And what if, when the tides align, it sends its voice upward again, calling for its reflection to return? A few now believe that Earth is not just a planet with an ocean. They believe it is an ocean, and everything we are, our continents, our sky, our thoughts, are just the foam on top of something that never stopped moving beneath the crust. Something that sings in the dark and waits to be heard again. Part 21, The Island. That vanished from the maps in the middle of the South Atlantic between St. Helena and the coast of Brazil lies a stretch of open ocean that appears uneventful at first glance, just water, wind, and waves stretching endlessly in every direction. But in centuries past, this region was marked on maritime charts with a single dot, often accompanied by vague warnings in Latin or Portuguese terror, obscurer hidden land. An island no larger than a few square kilometers with no visible vegetation and no consistent coastline. It appeared and disappeared across hundreds of maps over centuries, shifting slightly in position every time. Never with the same latitude, twice its name changed over the years. Sometimes called High Brazil, sometimes Ilra. Sometimes simply Insula Incognita. Sailors feared it. Some claimed it was made of black stone. Others said it was hollow. The common thread was always the same. Those who saw it never approached it twice. Those who tried to land often never returned. And those who claimed to escape spoke of impossible geometry, of cliffs that folded in on themselves, waves that crashed upward, and a sky that turned red at noon. Most modern historians dismissed the island as a myth, autographers' error repeated, through copying an illusion born of cloud shadows or optical tricks. But in 1989, a Soviet satellite sweep of the Atlantic, part of a classified naval reconnaissance program, picked up an anomaly, a radar reflection too large to be a whale, too slow, to be a vessel hovering just 10 minutes beneath the surface and drifting against the current. The satellite marked it for rescan when the next pass came. 104 minutes later, the object was gone. Except now it left something behind, a thermal imprint in the water, roughly oval in shape, 1 mile long, perfectly smooth around the edges, as if something had risen from the depths, sat perfectly still for a time, then descended again. 2 years later, in 1991, a British Royal Navy training exercise encountered thick fog. At nearly the same coordinates, visibility dropped to 0. All instruments failed simultaneously. GPS, compass, even emergency beacons. They tried to turn back, but one of the ships, the HMS Franklin, failed to return to formation. It was missing. For 23 hours when it finally reappeared on radar, it was 20 nautical miles from its last known position. Engines powered off, crew unresponsive to hails. When a boarding party finally reached it, they found the entire crew unconscious but alive. No injuries, no trauma, just asleep. And all of them were dreaming the same dream. That's what the medical logs later revealed when they awoke. Every man and woman on the Franklin recalled an identical series of images, a jagged coast, black cliffs rising. From a pale ocean and a single stone tower in the center of an island, the tower had no windows, no doors, but they all described one identical feature. A spiral carved around its exterior, winding all the way to the top. They all remembered approaching it. They all remembered hearing something inside it, something like voices, but not speaking to them, speaking through them. None of the crew recovered fully. Several retired early, others refused to sleep more than a few hours at a time, afraid the dream would come back. One man took a vow of silence. Another drowned himself. 2 months later, leaving only a drawing in his cabin. The same tower, The same spiral and a single word scribbled over and over across the page again. The event was classified as a group hallucination triggered by environmental stress, but the coordinates were noted, marked avoided, but the sea never truly forgets. In 2003, a French oceanographic drone mapping seabed topography in the South Atlantic captured a sonar image that startled researchers. It showed a plateau flat, even circular nearly 200 meters beneath the surface. No underwater volcano, no known ridge, just a disk of stone, precisely symmetrical. 2 kilometers wide, standing out from the seafloor like a coin placed on fabric. At its center was a spire, thin, rising straight upward from the stone. The sonar image was corrupted after only one frame. The drone system shut down seconds later. It never rebooted. Some now believe the island is not gone, that it was never gone, that it was never gone, that it is awake only when the sea allows, that it moves not by tectonics or tides, but by choice, because it does not belong to the ocean. It belongs to something beneath it. A recurring theory among deep-sea theorists is that the island is not land at all, but an interface, something between a place and a signal, a shape that calls itself into being a structure that mimics land just long enough to be seen, to be remembered, to be dreamed of again. They believe it resurfaces, not on schedule, but on cue, when certain minds pass near, when the sea is still, when the sky mirrors itself, just right. Then for a moment, the island comes back, not in geography, but in thought, in nightmare, in whisper, and each time it returns, it's closer, because the tower never moves, but we do. And one day, someone will reach it again. Someone will follow the spiral, and whatever lies inside will finally be heard. Part 22. The sea that exists only once. There's a legend whispered among deep-sea navigators, submariners, long-range freighter crews, and satellite oceanographers. Not a place, not a current, a time, a phenomenon. They call the once ocean. It's not marked on any map, but it doesn't need to be, because it doesn't occur at a location. It happens to you once. Only once. They say that at a certain point in your life at sea, in silence, often when you are utterly alone, the ocean around you will change the sky, doesn't dim the stars, don't blink, but something in the texture of the water alters, the way it rolls, the sound it makes, the weight of it beneath the boat. You feel it in your bones first, in the back of your neck. Your breath goes quiet. Without you noticing, you look around and the ocean looks the same. But you know it's not, because in that moment you've entered the once ocean. Those who've experienced it don't forget it because it never happens again. The reports are eerily consistent, regardless of age, nationality, year, or vessel. The water turns a shade darker. The horizon draws inward. The sky feels closer, more present, as if watching. And then without warning, the sea begins to show you things. Not hallucinations, not dreams. Memory, the first known. Report dates back to 1870 from a merchant sailor named Elias Grimm. His journal, preserved in salt-stained leather, tells of a sudden quiet on deck while crossing the Indian Ocean. His crew had all gone below. The wind stopped. The sails hung like flags at half-mast, and the water became like glass beneath the surface. He claimed he saw a city, not Atlantis, not ruins, a living city with towers and lights and movement. He saw figures walking below as if underwater was their natural sky, and in the center of the city. He saw himself older, standing motionless, facing the sea from a platform. The reflection held his gaze until the ship rocked again. The wind returned, and the ocean returned to blue Grimm. Never went back to sea in 1955. A Norwegian. Research submarine testing pressure holes recorded an abrupt change in external pressure. Despite no depth change, the crew reported a sensation of timelessness. One of them, a sonar technician named Anki Dahl, claimed she heard music through the hull, not random, structured, layered, something like a lullaby played on bells made of water. It lasted 3 minutes, then ended later in life. Dahl said the melody returned to her only once during childbirth. the exact same tones as if the sea had whispered. Something into her, a sound she would only understand at the moment. Life began again in 1998. A lone sailor crossing the Atlantic encountered dense fog. When it cleared, he found himself surrounded by identical versions of his own sailboat reflected. In every direction, not mirrored, duplicated, each boat was positioned at a slight angle just off alignment. Each seemed to move independently, their sails catching a wind he couldn't feel, and on every deck he saw a figure standing in silence watching. He turned in a full circle and saw the moment unfold infinitely, but the ocean never moved. It simply held him there like a moment. Paused between heartbeats he blacked out when he woke. There was only water. These are the fragments people share. But the deeper theory is, stranger still, some researchers who study acoustic anomalies believe the ocean does not just carry sound, it stores it. That water can hold memory the way a hard drive holds data, that every wave, every current, every ripple is layered with traces of what passed through it, and that in very rare instances, under perfect conditions, the ocean plays it back, but not as a recording, as an invitation. The once ocean is thought to be a temporal fold in the sea's memory, a moment, where the ocean remembers you, not as you are now, but as you once were or will be. It shows you what matters most, not to frighten, not to confuse, but to remind, to realign. Because the sea doesn't follow time. The way we do it carries the past, present, and future within its depth all at once, and sometimes for one person, for one sliver of a moment. It pulls that thread taut and lets it be seen. Some say the once ocean is a test. Some say it's a gift. But all agree on one rule: it only happens once. No matter how many times you cross the sea, after no matter how long you sail, no matter how much silence you wrap yourself in the ocean, we'll never do it again. You can't beg it. You can't summon it. You won't even know you've entered it until it's already begun. And when it's over, you're left with one overwhelming feeling. Not terror, not all, but absence. As if a door had opened inside your life and then closed forever, leaving only the memory of light behind one final note from a sailor who crossed the North Pacific in 2007 reads, simply, "I don't know what I saw, but it was me, and it was true. He ocean. Let me see it just once. I think that's all I ever get." Part 23, the sound that wasn't meant to be heard in early January of 2012, a seismic listening station located deep beneath the southern Indian Ocean recorded a low-frequency signal, unlike anything previously cataloged. It wasn't part of tectonic activity. It wasn't a whale song or volcanic tremor. It pulsed once every 11 seconds, then paused always. The same pause, always the same tone, steady as a heartbeat. The listening array was designed to detect nuclear submarine activity or underwater eruptions, but this signal fell outside the usual spectrums. It wasn't mechanical, wasn't geological, it was structured for weeks. The signal repeated 11 seconds on silence. Then again, it seemed to originate from a region near the southwest Indian Ridge, thousands of meters beneath the surface. There were no cables, no outposts, no settlements. Just cold abyss and slow-drifting currents. Attempts to triangulate the origin led only to more confusion. The signal wasn't consistent in direction. It seemed to bend around the instruments. Some believed it was bouncing off submerged cliffs, others weren't so sure. It was bouncing at all. One acoustic analyst noted something strange in the waveform, slight fluctuations in amplitude. But when grafted formed, repeating arcs when processed through pattern recognition software, the arcs matched the frequency modulation of spoken human language, but not in any tongue. Currently known, a linguistic researcher compared the sequence against ancient scripts, dead alphabets, even non-verbal tonal systems like whistled languages from Lomera and the Hortler Highlands of Mexico. No match, except there was one partial alignment, a phrase etched into the stone pillars of a sunken structure off the coast of Nan Madol in Micronesia. Symbols partially eroded by centuries of salt and tide held a series of grooves spaced similarly, not identical, but close enough that the software flagged it. The etchings were believed to be decorative. Now they were reconsidered as phonetic. This discovery was never published soon after the signal stopped, but it left behind more than a mystery. 3 days following the final pulse, a Norwegian cargo vessel named Vald Bran passed directly over the coordinates while en route to Perth. Midway through its course, every depth monitor on the ship flatlined. Simultaneously, the ocean beneath them stopped measuring. It wasn't that the sea got deeper, it was as if the instruments couldn't find the bottom. Then came the noise. The bridge audio log caught a deep oscillation that rose into a trembling pitch, then fell into silence. The crew heard it with their bones more than their ears. Those below deck reported nausea, vertigo, and something more disturbing. They said it felt like the water beneath the ship was pulling upward, like gravity was inverted. For a moment, nothing rose. No bubbles, no light. But the sensation of something vast shifting directly below them was undeniable when the ship docked. It was quarantined without explanation. Interviews were classified. Hull scans revealed an unexpected pattern along the underside of the vessel, subtle indentations spiraling outward from the keel. Not scratches, not damaged pressure prints. The kind of markings left by suction, but no sea creature large enough to cause such markings had ever been seen or recorded in that part of the world. Some theorists suggest the signal was not meant for us, that it was a beacon or a summoning, some kind of underwater architecture reactivating after millennia of sleep. Others believe it was never a transmission, that it was a containment field weakening. The idea is simple and terrifying. A sound not being sent, but leaking one ex-Navy sonar operator who analyzed the raw data, unofficially stated something chilling in a personal memo. This signal isn't broadcasting. It's escaping, and the pattern isn't a call. It's a chant, a loop, designed to reinforce something, a wall, a seal. Maybe it was holding something in place when the signal ceased. Smaller anomalies began to appear across the globe, minor pressure spikes. In the Caribbean, unexplained magnetometer readings in the Philippine Trench, a momentary warming pulse detected under the Wed Sea, individually meaningless, but together forming a ring like a chain, snapping one link at a time. By late 2014, a different pattern emerged, not a sound, not a tremor. A silence sensors that had always recorded a background hum of the deep began returning null values, places that once held consistent resonance. Thermal vents, sediment drifts, deep currents went sonically, dead like someone had muted parts of the ocean. The signal has never returned, but divers in certain places now report strange sensations at depth, like being watched from below, like the sea is no longer asleep. One diver in the Heracleion Trench described hearing something behind him while suspended at 10. Not noise, not speech. A thought that wasn't his. His dive vlog ended with a final note. The sound never stopped. We just stopped hearing it, and now the ocean is quiet, which is how you know it's listening. Part 24. The lighthouse that wasn't built. On a jagged stretch of coast along the southern edge of Chilean Patagonia, where the wind is a constant scream and waves strike stone with the force of ancient memory, there is a cliff that overlooks nothing. No harbor, no reef, no island visible in any direction yet. At the top of this cliff, half swallowed by moss and time, stands the stone foundation of a lighthouse, or rather what's left of one. There is no tower, no walls, no metal, only the base, massive circular made of black basalt etched, with markings that fade deeper into the rock. The longer you stare, locals avoid it. Maps refuse to name it, and official records say no structure was ever commissioned there, but sailors swear they've seen the light. It begins always the same, a dense fog rolling in faster than it should, cutting off the stars and the sound of the wind. Then just above the cliff's edge, a sudden beam, thin, cold, and blue, sweeping slowly across the sea in a perfect arc. No tower, no silhouette, just the light it never pulses, it never flickers. It does not illuminate the fog, it slices through it. In 1933, a Norwegian whaling vessel called the Iskarin documented the phenomenon in a handwritten log. The crew had been pushed off course by storms and were sailing, blind, when they spotted what they believed was a lighthouse beacon ahead. They followed it hoping for shelter, but as they approached, they found no shoreline, no harbor. The light passed over their ship once and all power died instantly. Their engines failed. Compass needles spun. One sailor reportedly lost consciousness. The others described a sharp metallic taste in their mouths and the sound of a bell not ringing but vibrating like it was being held tightly and struggling to sound. Then the fog cleared. The light vanished, and the cliff bare and black stood in silence. 3 days later, the Iskarin was found adrift by a Chilean patrol boat. The crew had no memory of what happened after the light. Their clocks were all frozen at 2:14 a.m. And their logbook ended mid-sentence. The entry simply read, "We've turned around, but the light is now behind us." Over the next several decades, reports trickled in from other vessels, flashes of light at impossible distances, seen only once and never. Confirmed crewmen claiming to hear voices just before the fog rolled in, always saying the same phrase in Spanish or Norwegian or whatever language they knew best: "You should not have come back." But it was what happened in 1968 that truly unsettled. The scientific world, a geophysical survey team from Santiago, was tasked with mapping magnetic anomalies along the southern Chilean coast when their instruments passed near the cliff, still unnamed, still unmarked. They registered a complete loss of signal. One of their analysts, curious about the disruption, approached the cliff base and photographed the stone platform when the photos were developed. Something impossible appeared. The platform wasn't empty in the photos, though not visible. At the time of capture stood a tower, pale, angular, built of unfamiliar material. Not stone, not metal. Its surface rippled faintly, as if catching a breeze that wasn't there. The tower leans slightly away from the sea, and where the lamp should have been, there was only a narrow vertical slit of blackness that reflected no light at all. The team dismissed it as a double exposure. They returned a week later. The tower was gone, but when they developed new film, it appeared again from that point. Forward, the location was quietly restricted. Satellite imagery was limited. Tourism guides stopped listing nearby trails, but the light kept appearing. In 1999, a private deep-sea cable laying operation passed within 80 kilometers of the site. Their remotely operated submersible detected an unexpected structure beneath the water, a spiraling column that descended from the seafloor into the abyss, following the same curvature and angle as the invisible tower above it, was made of the same dark material. Its surface emitted a frequency just outside the range of human hearing, one that caused mild disorientation and vertigo in the operator, even through thick glass. They called it a subaquatic beacon. It pulsed once every 17 seconds, then without warning. It stopped within the next hour. The light was seen again. This time, from below, the ROV's onboard cameras caught a beam passing upward through several hundred meters of water originating from the structure. When it swept past, all footage became corrupted. The machine was later retrieved with half its systems inexplicably wiped, and a fine black residue clinging to its casing, smelling faintly of salt and something like ozone. Some now believe the light does not guide ships, it filters them. But the tower, if that's what it truly is, was never built by human hands. It emerged or returned that the foundation at top the cliff is not a ruin, but an anchor, a marker, a point of re-entry, and that the light is not meant to be followed. It is meant to determine something to measure. There's a theory that the sea doesn't allow everything to pass freely, that it remembers which vessels belong and which do not. That the light exists to remind the ocean who has crossed before and who is crossing again when they should not. Those who see it more than once are never seen again. In 2021, a fishing trawler out of Oceania captured a brief video of the cliff during a dense fog at 2:14 a.m. The light appeared. It swept across the bow, and in the instant it passed, every screen on board flashed white for a single frame. An image was burned into the ship's navigation monitor. A tower impossible in scale, rising not from the sea but beneath. It's stretching downward forever. The crew recovered confused but unharmed. But when they reached Shaw, they found something waiting in their logs, a folder labeled Re-entry 003. The vessel had never had such a file system. The timestamp was from 1968. The ocean forgets many things, but the lighthouse does not. Because it was never built, it was left behind. Part 25. The ship that sailed into tomorrow in October of 1974, the SS Advena Resolute, a mid-sized research vessel operating under a European academic consortium, departed Cape Verde on what was meant to be a 6-day hydrographic expedition through a calm stretch of the eastern Atlantic. The weather was stable, the mission routine, 23 crew members, 7 scientists, and 1 embedded journalist were on board. On the third night, the ship vanished from radar. No distress call, no emergency beacon, just silence. Search efforts spanned weeks. Planes scanned thousands of nautical miles. Rescue vessels combed every possible drift path. Nothing was found. The ship's transponder ceased at exactly 2:47 MGMT mid-transit. In calm waters with no storms on satellite, all official efforts ceased after 2 months. The incident was buried beneath bureaucratic failure and budget reallocations. The families never received bodies, only vague condolences and conflicting explanations. 4 years later, in December 1978, a cargo ship en route from Recife to Lisbon spotted a vessel, adrift. Its lights dim, but functional. It was the Advena Resolute, completely intact. The crew that boarded it found the ship, powered its diesel engines low on fuel but still warm. Navigation systems were functional. The pantry was stocked. The cabins looked recently used. There were half-finished meals on some tables, steaming coffee in the mugs. A radio was still playing softly. On the bridge, looping a weather report from 1974. But no one was on board. Not a single person. No signs of struggle. No water damage. No life rafts deployed. All personal belongings remained in place. Clothes, journals, watches, a chess game was frozen. Mid-match in the lounge, the captain's log was up to date until the exact moment they vanished. The final entry read, "Still no land instruments, say we're moving but nothing changes seas. 2 still stars look wrong, then nothing." An immediate forensic investigation followed. All electronics, though functional, had incorrect timestamps set precisely 4 years ahead. The chronometers had drifted, but the internal clocks of the ship's mainframe had adjusted themselves forward. To December 1978, without any input, analysts dismissed it as a malfunction, but engineers from the naval team confirmed that such a drift was impossible without direct reprogramming or the passage of actual time. The hull showed no sign of decay. The fuel degradation levels were consistent with only a few days of use. The thermal patterns inside the ship suggested that human heat signatures had been present within the last 48 hours. The food wasn't moldy, the ice in the freezers hadn't fully melted. But the people were gone after weeks of examination. The vessel was quietly towed to a restricted military dock in Spain and sealed off. None of the investigation results were made public. The crew's remains were never recovered, but one piece of evidence leaked: a fragment of audio found buried in the ship's black box. Not a distress call, a conversation, muffled, shaky. The final voice on the tape spoke clearly in a hushed and frightened tone. "Don't look at the water. It's not our reflection." Any more researchers obsessed over this case for years. Theories flourished: a freak electromagnetic event, a rogue wave pushing the ship into a temporal fold. Some suggested the crew had experienced a form of collective amnesia and disembarked during a hallucinatory episode, but that couldn't explain the frozen moments, the coffee still warm, the radio still tuned to a station that had stopped transmitting in 1975, then in 1992, a satellite mapping system owned by a Norwegian maritime data firm pinged an anomaly in the South Pacific. A ship identical in shape and dimensions to the Advena Resolute appeared for 37 seconds on high-altitude radar, before vanishing again. No transponder, no AIS beacon, just a spectral silhouette gliding across the sea faster than any known vessel could move. The path it traveled didn't match the currents it seemed to drift against the wind. In 2001, a long-range buoy picked up a VHF signal from an unregistered source, a call sign broadcast twice ad vena. Resolute outbound, that frequency had not been used in decades, and the coordinates it broadcasted were blank ocean. A listening station replayed the message through audio visualization software. The waveform, when grafted, formed a spiral, and in its inner coils, hidden in noise, was a pattern that matched the earlier black box recording. Some believe the Adena Resolute never vanished. They believe it drifted beyond the margins of time into a stretch of sea that doesn't flow forward or back, but spirals outward, a loop caught between years glimpsed only when the tide of chronology is too far. That the crew didn't drown or run, they stepped off into something that doesn't measure time. Like we do, there are whispers that other ships have followed. That sometimes late at night when the stars don't quite match your chart and the waves reflect nothing back, you might see it on the edge of the horizon, a pale ship with warm lights and an empty deck gliding just beyond reach. And if you hail it, you'll hear your own voice echo back slower a few seconds too late. Not a recording, a reply, because the ship is still out there sailing into tomorrow, waiting for the sea to forget what day it is, waiting for you to join it, and if you ever hear. The call ad vena, a resolute outbound don't answer, because answering is how they find you. Part 26, the depth that didn't exist yesterday. In March of 2006, a joint international expedition was launched to conduct high-resolution mapping of the seabed. Near the Tonga Trench, one of the deepest and least explored regions of the Pacific, the project was led by a collaboration between New Zealand's National Institute of Water and Atmospheric Research and a private European geospatial data firm using a newly upgraded multi-beam sonar system capable of detecting sediment variation to within a meter. Their goal was to refine tectonic models for the region. What they found instead was a hole on the second day of scanning a section of the trench. Floor returned a signal anomaly. A sudden vertical drop nearly 12-kilometer deep, cutting sharply into the surrounding seabed with a precision that didn't match any known geological process. The shape was smooth, symmetrical, almost architectural, like a shaft drilled straight downward into the Earth's crust. At first they assumed it was a data error, but multiple passes confirmed the same result, a perfectly round void 37 millimeters wide, descending beyond the system's range, no sides, no floor, just darkness. The onboard system labeled the anomaly automatically, but depth exceeds input model. That's not supposed to happen. The scientists checked bathymetric records. No such formation had ever been documented. Satellite radar from just 3 months earlier showed normal terrain. There was nothing there before. This wasn't an old feature rediscovered, it was new. Or rather, it hadn't been there yesterday when they lowered a probe into the void. It began transmitting normally until 5,400 millimeters, when pressure readings abruptly froze, flatlining completely while the descent continued. The tether showed no resistance, no impact, no change, just a smooth drop at $8,200. The onboard camera began to pick up flickering distortions, not particles or plankton light anomalies, like reflections, but there was nothing to reflect off of. Then the probe stopped descending, not abruptly, not with a jolt. The descent simply slowed and then reversed. The cable began reeling back in on its own, like something below was pushing it. Up the winch strained as if under duress when the probe finally breached the surface. It was intact but altered. The casing was no longer uniformly metallic. Tiny crystalline structures almost like frost coated the outer shell, except the water temperature had remained constant. When analyzed, the residue was found to be a compound not recorded in any known database. Its atomic lattice was symmetrical down to the picometer, something virtually impossible outside of engineered materials. 2 of the scientists involved in the recovery later reported auditory disturbances. One described hearing low speech through the ship's metal floor. Another began suffering migraines that coincided exactly with tidal shifts in the trench zone. The third, a systems engineer, claimed the onboard computer was responding to commands. He never entered opening files and rendering simulations of spiraling tunnels with branching passageways that didn't correlate to any known sonar data. 2 days later, the crew prepared for a second descent. But before the equipment could be deployed, the hole vanished. Not collapsed, not filled in, vanished. A return scan of the area showed smooth seabed. No depression, no disturbance. Sediment layers that should have been displaced were undisturbed, as if nothing had ever existed. There, the CPS coordinates were the same. The ocean was calm, but every system that scanned the area returned a strange baseline, reading a constant frequency resonance just below human hearing, too precise to be natural, like a signal or a warning. The area was marked on the ship's internal map, as no data attempts to remap the site caused instruments to crash. Twice. The sonar system tried to redirect to a different coordinate altogether somewhere. Over 3,000 kilometers away beneath the Philippine Sea, the scientists cut the mission short and returned to port back on land. 2 researchers left the project without explanation. One, a veteran marine geologist, vanished during a solo dive expedition near the Chronicle Arc. His last log entry contained a series of numbers coordinates that pointed not to a place on Earth but to an impossible vector, a point thousands of kilometers beneath the seafloor. He had written simply, "It's not a hole, it's a hinge." Since then, reports of similar anomalies have surfaced in deep sea data, sudden unexplained vertical voids that appear and disappear with no warning, no tectonic precursor, no geological context, always symmetrical, always silent, always deeper than. They should be some. Believe these voids are breaches, moments where the seafloor folds open, not due to pressure, but intention. That these places are not accidents or phenomena, but mechanisms, interfaces, doors, and every time one appears, we are meant to notice, but only once, because they do not open for us, they open. Despite us and whatever lies beneath them, whatever weight waits in the quiet pressure beyond measurable depth, does not rise quickly. It drifts, it learns, it remembers. What if the sea is not hiding something deep? What if depth is the thing? What if the ocean is not filled with water but with layers? Layers, we were never meant to pass through layers that sometimes crack open just wide enough to breathe. And when they do, we call it an anomaly. But to something else, it might just be breathing back. Part 27, The Whispers Between the Waves. In the late summer of 1985, an experimental listening station was quietly installed on the floor of the North Atlantic Ridge. Roughly 700 kilometers west of the Azores. It was known only by its code name, Project Quietfall, developed through a secret collaboration between NATO intelligence and a private acoustic research division. Its official purpose was to monitor seismic activity and undersea tectonic shifts. But the real objective was simpler and stranger: to listen. Not just for movement, but for intention. There had been whispers among naval researchers for decades that the ocean produced sounds that didn't match any environmental explanation, not random frequencies patterns. Intervals repeats. Project Quietfall aimed to catalog these anomalies and isolate their source. The array consisted of 32 hydrophones arranged in a geodesic spiral across a 4-kilometer grid calibrated to pick up low-frequency signals over vast distances. For the first 5 months, the feed returned nothing but expected data. Distant whale calls, undersea rumbles, the endless hum of current against rock. But then on the 163rd day at 3:16 a.m. UTC, all hydrophones activated simultaneously. The signal came from below the array, not from the side, not across the seabed beneath it. The transmission lasted exactly 7 minutes. It began with a tone, low wobbling, shifting in pitch, like the breath of some buried instrument. Then behind it, another layer emerged. Not musical, not noise voices, dozens, maybe hundreds, speaking in unison. Not in any known language, but structured, deliberate, like a chant, rendered impossible by the density of the water. When analysts replayed the audio at 10 times speed, the sound became eerily familiar. The rhythm mirrored human respiration. Inhale, exhale, pause, over and over again. Slow to a crawl, it sounded like wind moving through a forest made of metal. But when the waveform was visualized, it revealed something even stranger. A pattern of glyphs began to form, fluid symmetrical rotating inward, like a spiral collapsing on itself. Engineers fed the image through AI recognition software expecting gibberish. Instead, the system returned a single-word threshold. The next night, the signal returned, this time only 3 hydrophones activated, then 5, then 7. It was as if the sound was moving through the array, testing it, learning its boundaries. Researchers attempted to send out a pulse in response. The system shorted instantly. A surge hit the surface relay buoy and killed the backup power feed when power returned. 40 minutes later, the system had wiped itself. The storage drive was intact, but completely empty, not erased, overwritten, every file replaced by static except one. A single image file corrupted but partially recoverable. The image showed the array's own grid pattern, but it was skewed, warped into a curved shape as though being bent around. Something invisible at the center, a pressure so dense it distorted space itself over the following weeks. Quietfall began detecting new anomalies, pressure zones that didn't correspond to any tectonic activity, bubbles of static in the water that blocked sonar intervals of total silence, where ambient sea noise should have been deafening. One diver who assisted with a sensor check on a follow-up mission reported hearing whispers through his suit, a dozen voices layered on top of each other, repeating a phrase that made no sense. The surface is a membrane. Stay below. The diver didn't return to sea after that mission. His personal journal, later published anonymously online, described dreams of inverted coastlines and waves that moved. Upward, in one entry, he wrote, "We are the ones making ripples in something that was still. It woke up when we listened." By late autumn, Project Quietfall was dismantled. Officially, funding ran out, but internal documents suggest the decision was made after one final recording, never released to the public, but rumored among those who worked on the array. It was a voice singular, clear, speaking in English. It said, "Do not send sound where silence was placed." And then nothing. No more signals, no more whispers, but something changed in the surrounding ocean. Commercial vessels began reporting compass anomalies. Currents shifted subtly. Deep water temperatures altered just enough to trigger a cascade of biological migration. Certain species of deep-sea fish vanished from sonar for months. Whales detoured by hundreds of miles, and underwater microphones unrelated to Quietfall scattered across. The Atlantic, for various research projects, began detecting absence, not just silence, but silence in places that should have been filled with noise, like something had carved a hollow into the sea itself and pulled all vibration inward. The theory, unspoken among the last surviving members of the Quietfall team, is this: the ocean was never empty. It was sealed. The sounds we hear, the creaks, the groans, the calls in the distance, are not just the movements of water or life. They are resonances from something beneath that seal, something old, not dead, not sleeping, listening. And when we send sound, when we pulse, ping, scan, we are not just observers, we are knocking, and one day something might knock back, but not with sonar, not with light, with voice and the weight of forgotten pressure. Because in the oldest parts of the ocean, where no sunlight has ever reached, where no diver has ever touched bottom, the silence is not empty. It is a boundary, and it was meant to be left untouched. Part 28. The fishermen who brought something back in the winter of 1993, a coastal village along the Kamchatka Peninsula, hidden between cliffs and ice-fed rivers, began whispering about a man named Yuri Antonov. He was a solitary fisherman, one of the last in the village who still set out alone on a wooden boat with no engine, just OS and a cracked compass for decades. Yuri was part of the background. Quiet Reliable never left the coast for more than a night, but in early February, just after, a violent offshore storm had churned the sea into slate. Yuri didn't return. The villagers assumed he had drowned, but 4 days later he came back. His boat was soaked, warped, the oarlocks shattered. His coat was missing, he was barefoot, and he carried something wrapped tightly in canvas, bound in wire, and sealed with pitch. He didn't speak, not when he was pulled ashore, not when the doctor examined him, not when his wife begged him to explain. He just stared out at the water with eyes that wouldn't stop blinking, as if he still wasn't sure what he was looking at. That night, Yuri burned the object behind his home. Witnesses described thick black smoke and a smell that made the air feel wrong, sharp metallic like ozone and rotting kelp mixed. In the lungs, the fire hissed, not crackled, and when it was over, there was nothing left, not even ash, just a circle of sand where the snow had refused to land. Yuri spoke only once after that. 3 days later, he sat down in the middle of the village. Square eyes, bloodshot fingers trembling, and said a single sentence. "There is a depth with no bottom, and I saw what climbs inside it." Then he went silent again. He died a week later in his sleep, mouth open, hands clenched tight around nothing. They buried him in a wooden box weighted with stones. But strange things started happening after the funeral seals stopped coming to shore. The birds vanished. The tides shifted, lapping against the docks in a slow pulse that didn't match the moon. Some villagers began hearing things in the early morning, or humming low and steady, vibrating through the walls of their homes. Others claimed to see lights out past the ice floes deep below the surface. Not reflections, not boats. Something green and slow, like glowworms crawling in the abyss. And then one child went missing. A boy named Lev, 6 years old, last seen playing near the spot where Yuri had burned the canvas-wrapped object. His footprints led to the shoreline, then stopped. No drag marks, no signs of struggle, just gone. The snow that fell afterward refused to cover the trail for 3 days. His path remained visible, sharp and clean, as if preserved by the air itself. After that, the village changed. Homes were boarded up. Nets were left too. Wrought. No one fished. No one spoke of the ocean. They called it Yuri's curse in private, but not out loud. People stopped looking out their windows after dark, not because of fear, because of recognition. Some said that late at night, when the wind dropped to nothing and the sea calmed into glass, they could see something below the surface, eyes wide and slow, blinking, hovering beneath their boats, watching without moving, always facing upward. The last family left in the summer of 1995, but 20 years. Later in 2015, a research vessel mapping sediment patterns in the region picked up a strange reading near the former Ville's coast, a perfectly circular depression in the seabed nearly 200 meters across and twice as deep, filled with fine black silt. Nothing grew inside it. No coral, no bacteria, no shell fragment, just a pit of uniform density and temperature, impossibly cold. Even at depth, divers were sent down. They reached the edge and turned on their lights, and what they saw briefly before the silt began to swirl was a pattern etched into the rock, a spiral that led inward, turning tighter and tighter until it vanished into the center of the pit, carved with surgical precision, a groove that looked fresh. One diver claimed he saw something move at the center. Not a creature. A ripple that bent the light wrong, like something thinking the footage was corrupted. The dive was aborted. The team reported nausea, headaches. One man went temporarily blind when they surfaced. Their instruments wouldn't stop pinging, returning sonar echoes in 5-second intervals. Always the same shape, always the same word in the readout return. What did Yuri bring back? A piece of something, a warning, a beacon. Or perhaps it wasn't something he brought back. Perhaps it followed him. Perhaps what he saw didn't want to be seen. But once it was, it had to come with him, not out of vengeance, but curiosity. Because whatever lives in that bottomless depth doesn't just want to rise, it wants to understand us. And sometimes, when the surface grows too still and the world too quiet, it sends something up, a signal, a whisper, A man in a boat with empty eyes, rowing toward a shore that will never be the same, because once you see what climbs inside the bottomless sea, you don't come back. Not really. You just carry it with you and wait for the next boat. Part 29. The station under the ice in 1958. During the height of Cold War Arctic surveillance efforts, a small classified research station was constructed beneath the ice shelf of the Fram Strait, a narrow and volatile stretch of sea wedged between Greenland and Svalbard. Its code name was Echo Deep. Officially, it was a listening post, an acoustic array designed to detect Soviet submarine activity through the use of early hydrophone chains embedded in the ice and sea floor. But internal records declassified decades later under heavy redaction suggested a far stranger purpose. They weren't just listening for submarines, they were listening for repetition. The problem began years earlier. Several reconnaissance missions reported strange underwater echoes, not sonar reflections, but perfect copies of previously recorded ship transmissions, bouncing back from beneath the ice weeks after they'd been made. These echoes were warped, slowed, and buried under ambient noise. But when filtered and time compressed, the match was undeniable. The transmissions were being played back from the depths, but no known geological structure could explain the delay or direction. So Echo Deep was built. It wasn't just a station, it was a vault, lined with lead isolated from vibration, stocked with seismic sensors, resonance chambers, and the earliest attempts at underwater spectral recording. There were no windows. No exit beyond a sealed surface hatch, and only 13 personnel, each rotated monthly. No one stayed longer than 30 days within its first week of operation. Echo Deep detected a pulse once every 19 hours. Without fail, it lasted for 7 minutes and came from directly beneath the Shelf 3, 200 meters down in an area, with no trench, no thermal vent, no geological anomaly. It sounded like nothing natural, a long, low-chord harmonic pulsing in 5-second intervals. It was not a wail. It was not tectonic. It was arranged on day 16. The pulse changed. Instead of a tone, it became a pattern. 5 sharp taps followed by a single elongated hum, then silence. Then again, the sequence matched a pattern known as the Shannon-Farfano encoding scheme used in early binary communication. Someone, or something, was transmitting structured data, but to who the team sent back a response, a matching tap code, followed by a frequency sweep. Nothing came back, but the following pulse was different. The hum at the end was now distorted as if it had been recorded, and replayed back incorrectly as if the source was trying to mimic the original message, but couldn't quite replicate it. It wasn't responding. It was learning. The lead researcher, Dr. Owens Merrick, noted something even more bizarre in her logs each time. The pulse returned. It was slightly higher in frequency, by an amount so small it would have been dismissed as sensor drift, if not for the precision of the equipment. It was rising like it was ascending toward the ice shelf they sent down, a drone equipped with light sonar and a tethered communication cable. It descended beneath the ice, following the signal at 140 millimeters. The lights caught something. Not a creature. Not terrain, a surface perfectly flat, metallic in texture, but layered with bow film. Like it had been there for a very, very long time, the drone hovered closer. The surface shifted. A ripple moved through. It not mechanically, but organically, like it was breathing. Then the lights failed. The drone's video feed went dark, but the hydrophone didn't. It picked up something else. Voices, dozens layered together, not speaking. Reading the cadence matched human. Language, but not any known tongue. The pitch modulation matched vocal cords, but the harmonic signature was wrong. The sound was wet like lungs that had never known air. The signal was recorded, archived, never decrypted on day 27. The station was evacuated. 2 days later, the ice shelf above the ECO deep vault collapsed. A section the size of Manhattan broke apart and sank. The station was lost. No bodies recovered. Only a single transmission was received in the final minutes, an emergency. Ping with one phrase embedded in the metadata. It remembers sound in the years since similar pulses have been detected across the Arctic and Antarctic waters, always from deep beneath the oldest ice, always in repeating intervals, always increasing, in frequency, as if something is climbing, as if something old, something buried, is using the shape of our own voices to find its way up, not calling for help, not calling for us, just calling and listening for an answer, because the ocean beneath the ice is not silent, it is not empty, it is not asleep, it is recording, and one day when the surface grows quiet enough, it will begin to speak back. Part 30, The Ocean That Rose Without a Wave in the early hours of August 3, 2004, at exactly 2:11 a.m. The crew of the Marine Sulphur, a transoceanic bulk freighter crossing a calm stretch of the central Indian Ocean, reported a sudden and inexplicable shift in the sea itself. There were no storms, no tremors, no rogue wave warning the sky was moonless. The air still, but something changed according to the captain's log. The water no longer moved, it leaned a swell. Unlike any recorded in modern maritime history, began to rise not from one direction, but from below. Not a wave, not a surge, an elevation. The surface of the sea bulged upward in a perfect symmetrical dome nearly half a kilometer across, smooth, silent, as if the entire ocean had inhaled radar instruments failed to track it. GPS systems glitched. The dome did not crest or crash it simply. Hovered, rising steadily, distorting the stars in its reflection. Crew members described a low-frequency vibration that passed through their bodies like a second heartbeat. Their radios went silent, not static absence, the kind of dead air you only hear inside caves or behind locked vaults. At its peak, the dome stood nearly 12 minutes high without a single breaking wave. Then something began to emerge, not from above, but within a shape slowly rising into the dome's center, first described as a shadow, then as a structure. Tall, thin, made of interlocking columns like vertebrae. Atop it, a shape resembling an eye, but not organic, a lens. Maybe the crew's descriptions varied. Some said it was looking at them, others said it was looking through them. Like, they weren't even there. One sailor collapsed. Another began to bleed from his ears. The ship's lights dimmed, though all systems remained functional. Then the water began to descend again, not crashing down, pulling back into itself like the sea had. Changed its mind, the structure receded. The dome flattened within 12 minutes. The ocean returned to normal, but the crew didn't. Every clock on the Marine Sulphur was frozen at 2 hours, 11 minutes, and 49 seconds, internal chronometers, wristwatches even. The digital time code on security footage stopped. The second hand ticked once every minute, then skipped backwards for 6 hours no matter what the crew did. No time passed inside the ship. The sun did not rise, the stars did not shift. They were drift in stillness. Then, as suddenly as it stopped, time resumed. The sun blinked into the sky like a skipped frame of film. Birds passed overhead, frozen mid-flight. Then suddenly in motion, all systems rebooted at once as if woken from deep sleep. The crew radioed for help. No signal. They continued east when they reached port in Singapore. 9 days later, they discovered they were 3 days early. The journey had taken less time than was physically possible, given their average speed. Port authorities confirmed it. They had arrived before they should have. The incident was reported, then quietly erased. The ship was sold to a private entity. The crew dispersed, but one of the navigators retired years later, kept a journal in it. He described what? He remembered in those frozen 6 hours how the stars above the dome had twisted, how their patterns had changed, how one constellation in particular, Orion, had been missing, replaced by a cluster he had never seen before, bent around an unseen center. He drew it years later. An astronomer cross-referenced the pattern not with known star maps, but with gravitational lensing events. The drawing matched a deep space observation of a black hole cluster behind the Booty's void. Except that observation hadn't been made until 2011, 7 years after the ship saw it in the sky, which left one question: how some theorists believe the dome was not made of water, but space, that the sea was lifted not physically, but dimensionally a fold pulled upward like a curtain revealing something beyond our ocean, not from below, from underneath reality, that whatever the crew saw was not in our world, but brushing up against it, pressing through for just long enough to be noticed. Others believe the dome was a lens, that the water was being used as a surface, a membrane to magnify or observe, that the lens was not meant for us to see outward, but for something else to look inward. And when it saw us, it paused, measured, then withdrew. But the most disturbing theory comes not from science, but myth. In some ancient seafaring cultures, there are stories of the still sea, a place where the ocean forgets to move, a time when the tide holds its breath. The myths say that when this happens, you must not speak, must not move, must not look too long, because the sea is not calm. It is listening, and it listens for the ones who don't know how to be silent. The Marisa looked, and something looked back. And ever since that night, every satellite pass over that patch of ocean shows a subtle distortion in the wave pattern, like the sea remembers the shape it once held, like it's waiting for the next moment to rise again, not with fury, not with flood, but with curiosity, because whatever is beneath that stillness is patient, and it remembers who saw it. Part 31, The Diver, who didn't surface in 1997, a documentary team from a European Oceanographic Institute set out to film deep reef systems off the coast of Palau, one of the most biologically rich marine regions in the world. The project had been in planning for over a year. It was intended as a peaceful, slow-paced series showcasing underwater beauty, something to air on national television. They were equipped with top-tier gear, submersible cameras, and 2 divers licensed for extreme depth. The sea was calm, weather-stable, and the descent plan was routine. No part of the dive was meant to exceed 60 minutes, but on the second day of filming, something changed. The diver's name was Marek Dvorsky, 41 years. Old military diving background, experienced, meticulous, never took risks. He was descending with a camera tethered to a floating rig designed to auto and record without needing light correction. At 57 mimmers, the camera feed began to glitch, not from pressure but interference. The image would fracture, scatter into warped lines, then return. But when it returned, something was different. The reef was wrong, not broken, not dark. It was gone. Instead, there was only open water stretching behind the diver. In every direction, the color balance on the footage skewed pale blue-green tones, flattened into washed-out grays, and Marek, visible on the feed, had stopped moving. He wasn't panicking. He wasn't in distress. He was simply staring forward, mouth slightly open, breathing, slow as if something had caught his attention just beyond the lens. When Mission Control pinged his comms, there was no response. Then came a whisper, not from him, but layered over the signal, a whisper that repeated in a loop. 3 words, breathy and broken as if spoken through gills. He found me. No one on the team recognized the voice. The second diver was immediately dispatched, descending rapidly with a line on Marek's tether. But when he reached the final depth, Marek was no longer there. His line trailed into blackness, slack and cold. The camera feed was still live, still broadcasting open water, but showed no reef, no diver, no movement. The second diver, confused and increasingly uneasy, signaled for immediate extraction. When they pulled the tether up, the camera was gone. Only the harness remained intact, unbroken, as if something had unlatched the equipment with precision. Marek's tank was later recovered 400 minnows from the descent point, suspended in mid-water, hovering at neutral buoyancy. But the suit, the mask, the weights were never found. They combed the site for 5 days, nothing. The footage, when analyzed later, held one final anomaly, exactly 8 seconds before the camera feed ended. The distortion briefly cleared, and something passed behind Marek, not a creature, a shape, thin, long, no fins, no limbs, just motion sliding past in a way that bent the light around it like glass. Moving through water in a single frame, the edge of it caught the light, not scales, Not skin, something smooth, something polished, a surface that reflected no color, only depth. Merrick's final dive log was recovered from his equipment. Uplink, it was mostly auto-filled sensor data. But in the manual notes section, something he always filled before each dive, there was a single sentence that no one remembered him writing. There is a place where light does not go, but something else does. In the months that followed, the team disbanded. The footage was never aired. The documentary was scrapped. But rumors spread among dive communities. Some say Merrick found a false thermocline, an invisible scene between two layers of ocean, one that doesn't belong a pocket, a folded door. That below it there are corridors of pressure and silence, not mapped by sonar, not touched by current, that you don't fall into them. You drift because they're not made of space. But decision that the ocean sometimes chooses a marine physicist who reviewed the logs under pseudonym suggested a different theory. The sea is layered not just in pressure and density, but memory, that every depth holds a record of what passed through it. And sometimes, for reasons unknown, it plays one back. But what if Merrick wasn't a playback? What if he was received? Every year, dozens of divers go missing in open water. Most are never found. Most are blamed on current equipment failure, panic. But every now and then one disappears under perfect conditions. Clear skies, steady current, no signs of struggle, just silence, as if they were never there. And sometimes weeks or months later, a piece of gear resurfaces, washed up, scratched in strange patterns bearing. Salt levels too old to belong to this season's C1 researcher found a mask with Merrick's name etched inside the rubber discovered on a beach in Madagascar in 2012, almost a decade later, and on the wrong side of the planet when scanned for biofilm residue. The mask came back with a microbial signature that didn't match any known current. The analyst report concluded with a phrase written in red origin unknown, possibly from a water mass that does not circulate. The ocean is vast, deep, unmapped, but sometimes it opens a way that doesn't appear on charts, a place that remembers what it has swallowed and waits patiently for what it might swallow. Next, part 32. The archive beneath the coral in 2009 during a coral bleaching survey in the South China Sea. A group of marine biologists working off a modified catamaran vessel known as the Ardent Halo encountered what they initially believed was a previously undocumented reef structure. It was deep resting at around 80 meters and composed, not of organic coral, but of something else entirely. At first glance, it resembled petrified growth with strange crystalline ridges forming loops and spirals, but closer inspection revealed symmetry. The ridges were not random. They were perfectly spaced, repeating every 17 centimeter across an entire field, over 200 millimeters wide, and in between the ridges, fine carvings, geometries, too complex to be natural. A lattice of engraved grooves filled with silt and time. At first, the team believed it might be an ancient shipwreck buried beneath calcification. But sonar mapping revealed something that shattered that theory. The structure wasn't resting on the seabed. It was embedded into it. The upper surface was only the tip of something much larger, a dew shape at least 30 meters tall with edges that continued beneath the seafloor, like the visible part of an eye looking upward from under the earth. They called it Site 9. When they lowered lights, the material reacted faintly, not in color, but in temperature sensors. Recorded a centigrade drop around the structure as if it was drawing in heat from the surrounding water. One diver assigned to take core samples from the grooves surfaced in a panic. He claimed he felt his body being pulled gently downward, not by gravity, but by something subtler, like pressure, that only existed inside his thoughts. His words, "I felt like it knew I was there." He refused to return. Another diver more experienced went down 2 days later. This time, they brought a camera drone to accompany him at the base of the structure's visible edge tucked beneath a sediment overhang. The diver discovered a narrow crack, no wider than a man's shoulder, leading into darkness against orders. He slipped inside the camera feed, followed inside. The crack was not a cave. It was a corridor, not carved by erosion but constructed. The walls were made of the same strange crystalline material but polished smooth, and on those walls were etchings, not symbols, not pictures. Something more disturbing. Rows and rows of perfectly etched microscopic reliefs. Images of fish, yes, and cephalopods and whales and jellyfish, but not just modern. Species extinct ones and species no one could recognize. Creatures with translucent exoskeletons, vertebrates with spiral rib cages, cartilaginous forms that looked like eels with limbs. Each image was labeled not in any known language, but with consistent symbols carved identically beside each depiction. The drone recorded everything until its feed abruptly glitched. The last thing it showed was a large chamber opening beyond the tunnel, filled with hundreds more reliefs, and one final. Wall dominated not by animal life, but by a human figure carved in profile, standing facing downward, surrounded by symbols. Then the signal cut the diver surfaced in silence. He refused to speak for 3 days. When he finally did, he said only this: "It's not a record of the sea. It's a record of what the sea has taken." Attempts to return to Site 9 failed on the next expedition. The structure was gone, not destroyed. Gone. The coordinates were correct. The seabed was flat. No trace of carving of crystalline. Residue of silt patterns. It was as if the entire dome had never existed. All that remained were the files, video sonar temperature logs. The institution funding the dive archived them in an encrypted server and classified the case. But months later, one researcher and archivist named Ezeko Naka began to notice something strange. The more she studied the footage, the less stable it became. Images began to warp during playback symbols, changed orientation, new patterns appeared in the margins of the video frames. A sound began to overlay the feed, a low droning tone, not present during original recording when slowed to 0. 25x 25x speed. The tone fractured into pulses 24 per minute. She mapped the pulses and cross-referenced them with the archived symbol set from the wall. It was a match. The footage was not degrading. It was evolving, trying to communicate, or worse, trying to rebuild something, fearing what might happen next. The files were purged, but 3 backups stored unknowingly on external hard drives for data. Redundancy were later recovered during unrelated projects. One was found plugged into a research station in Antarctica. The second was discovered in a sealed archive in Norway. The third was traced to an unregistered submersible operation in the Mariana Trench. None of them should have had access. None of them had requested the data, and yet, all 3 were playing the same clip on loop, the same final moments from Site 9, the corridor, the chamber, the human figure etched in stone, and a voice soft, deep, aquatic whispering just one word in a dozen languages layered on top of one another. Remember what was. Site 9, a tomb, a library, a map. Or was it something stranger? A memory of the sea itself preserved not in flesh or salt, but in form. A self-contained archive buried for a reason, not meant to be found, not meant to be awakened. Something that records not just what the ocean has taken, but what it intends to take again. Because the ocean does not forget. It remembers every scream, every descent, every lost light, every breath held too long, and beneath the coral, beneath the sand, beneath the centuries of drifting silence, it has carved its own history, not to warn us, to remind us. Part 33. The monolith that sang at midnight in 1981. The crew of a seismic calibration vessel named Hilla was assigned to test new underwater frequency sensors along the Wander Fuca Ridge, a tectonic spreading zone in the Pacific Northwest. Their mission was straightforward: deploy anchored buoys, test low-frequency, wave propagation, and map subsea. The equipment was newly developed, capable of reading sound vibration signatures as deep as 12,000 meters and isolating anomalies down to the nanohertz range. The science was cutting edge, the sea, and the project uneventful until the 4th night at exactly 00 hours, the ship's hydrophones activated without prompt. They began picking up a sustained tone from the deep ocean. Not static, not biological, a tone rich, low, and unmistakably musical. It lasted 23 minutes. It did not modulate. It did not echo. It simply sang a single perfectly tuned note suspended in the water column. The team assumed an error, maybe internal resonance from their own vessel, but every buoy spaced kilometers apart received the same tone at the exact same frequency. No delay, no decay. The signal did not come from the ship, it came from below. When they triangulated the origin point, it led them not to a vent, not to a rift, but to a smooth plateau of basaltic crust, nearly 5,000 meters beneath the surface, a place mapped dozens of times, featureless, unremarkable, until it wasn't sonar revealed something new, something vertical, a structure roughly 80 meters tall, standing alone on the otherwise flat seabed, cylindrical, smooth, perfectly symmetrical. It hadn't been there before. No previous mapping expedition had logged it. Its composition didn't match the surrounding crust. It was denser cold. It reflected sound like obsidian, but absorbed electromagnetic waves like porous stone. When the team called it in, higher-ups dismissed the anomaly as a sonar ghost, a mirage created by deep current interference. But the Heliora crew wasn't convinced. They sent down an autonomous camera rig. It took 12 hours to descend. When it finally reached the seabed, the lights illuminated a vast black column wider at its base, narrowing as it rose and etched with thousands of shallow horizontal grooves, each one equidistant like the notches on a tuning fork or the grooves on a vinyl record. But this wasn't a tool. It was something older, something waiting for what? No one knew. And then, at exactly midnight again, the tone returned. This time, the monolith pulsed once every 6 seconds. Its grooves emitted a faint phosphorescence, barely visible like moonlight caught in oil. Each pulse aligned perfectly with the tone. The two were synchronized. The crew recorded everything, but during playback, a pattern emerged, an image buried within the waveform. When run through spectrogram analysis, the sound formed a structure spiraling upward with branching limbs and a central axis. Not a shape, a figure, a body. Biomechanical vertebrae. Towering when inverted, it resembled the monolith itself. Some suggested the signal was not a song. It was a projection, a diagram. The monolith was not emitting the sound. It was receiving it. The real transmission came from deeper below, bouncing off the column like a relay. Like the monolith was a receiver, or worse, an ear on the fifth night, the signal changed. The tone, cracked, not broken, opened the pitch, shifted upward, and within its core, the team heard something impossible. Layers a chord, then multiple a harmony, each note overlaying the previous, forming a structure. Not just of sound, but of intent. It wasn't random, it was composed, and within those tones, voices, not words, not human, but aware sounds that held the rhythm of breath, the cadence of speech, but filtered through water depth pressure, and something that had never touched the surface. Then suddenly, silence. The monolith stopped glowing. The tone vanished. The sea returned to stillness. The following morning, the monolith was gone, not damaged, not toppled, gone. The seabed was once again flat, smooth, undisturbed. But the autonomous camera, still recording during the disappearance, captured something before blacking out a final frame. Just a shimmer in the water, a distortion in the light, and then movement not upward sideways, as if the structure had phased, slipping through the seafloor like water through a sigh, not breaking the earth, leaving it. The data was confiscated. The crew was debriefed and reassigned, but one sound engineer retired, now leaked a piece of the audio years later under an anonymous file called Midnight Rest Resonance. It surfaced briefly on a fringe marine forum where amateur spectrogram analysis revealed the same haunting pattern, a spiral, a figure, a rising tone, and in the silence that followed a whisper, "This is not your depth." What was the monolith? A receiver, a sentinel, a resonant instrument left behind to measure something no longer remembered. Some believe the oceans are filled not just with creatures, but but with chords, tonal imprints from ancient presences. That once moved through the deep, the monolith was not an anomaly. It was part of the arrangement, a note in a larger symphony. And maybe we're not supposed to hear the whole thing. Maybe when we do, we change. Because somewhere in the deep, there is music older than breath, older than time. And it is still playing beneath pressure, beneath darkness, beneath our knowing, waiting for us to hum along. Part 34, The Black Window in the Thermocline in the summer of 1994. A French expedition vessel named Solstice departed the Gulf of Guinea on a deep water survey mission. The objective was simple measure, thermocline fluctuation in relation to climate anomalies. The ship carried 4 oceanographers, a crew of 12, and a remote submersible drone capable of diving beyond 3 ERO-0 meners. The location was routine. The conditions were ideal, and for the first 6 days, everything behaved exactly as expected. Temperatures shifted gradually as they descended, layers of warm and cold water stacked in stable gradients. But on day 7, just past midnight, the readings changed. One sensor array located at 920 meter began registering an impossible thermal event. A band of water only 4 millimeters thick was completely black on sonar and room temperature, a flat 20 Wernigerung sea in the middle of a deep ocean column where it should have been near freezing. The anomaly wasn't hot, it wasn't cold, it was neutral, uniform, silent, and completely absent of particulate matter. They checked for sensor malfunction, recalibrated, deployed backups. Every instrument said the same thing, a 4-member horizontal band of perfect thermal neutrality, stretching indefinitely in all directions, sitting calmly like a line drawn across the sea. They lowered the submersible. It descended slowly, broadcasting in real time. Everything below 800 meter looked normal. Suspended particles drifting life, the usual dim flickers of bioluminescence. But as the drone approached the anomaly, something began to happen. The video feed darkened. Not due to light loss, the contrast collapsed the water outside. The drone's lights became an opaque gray, like looking into fog made of oil. Visibility dropped to 0. No reflection, no refraction. Just a smooth, endless black. Then, without warning, the drone passed through it, emerged on the other side, and everything was wrong below the band. The ocean was silent, not quiet, dead, no current, no drift, no living particles. The temperature remained at a flat 24 degrees C. Pressure was unchanged, but there was no sound, not even the hum of the drone's own motors, which still responded to control, but broadcast no acoustic feedback. It was as if the drone had entered a room, a sealed one, smooth, silent, impossibly stable. Then it saw the window. The feed picked up a perfect rectangle, 2 m tall, just over a meter wide, standing upright on the seafloor like a doorway without a frame. It wasn't built into anything. It stood on its own. The material was unknown, not stone, not metal. It reflected nothing yet, outlined itself clearly against the gray water. It was flat, but not. Still, its surface shimmered. Not like glass, but like fluid locked in a shape. When the drone rotated around it, the window didn't change perspective. It stayed facing the camera at all times, as if it refused to be seen from any angle except straight. On and then behind the window movement, not from outside it, within shapes, not shadows, reflections, but not of the drone. They were human faces, torsos, mouths, open, eyes wide, floating just beyond the surface like people submerged on the other side. Of a pane of water, all staring, not swimming, not struggling, just watching. There were at least 7 each at a different depth, as if suspended along a stairwell made of fluid. One of them blinked, slowly another, tilted its head. All of them were moving. But the water was still no bubbles, no trails, just forms hovering in absolute silence. The drone's lights flickered. The feed cut out when they pulled the drone back. Its hull was intact, but the external temperature sensors were all fried, each one. Warped from the inside out, the data drive contained only fragments of the footage. But the most disturbing was a single frame captured exactly 1 second before signal loss. A figure pressed against the black window. one hand raised and flattened. Against the surface, it had no diving gear, no clothes. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and its eyes were closed, written in reverse. Fogged across the inside of the glass was a word beneath the team, ended the expedition early. The footage never aired. All reports filed with the Institute were marked as instrument contamination. But months later, the ship's sonar technician, who had kept a personal copy of the signal logs, noticed something else every day at exactly the same time, 0113 UTC. The anomaly appeared again, a 4M black thermocline drifting silently across the ocean's thermographic maps, like a ghost on radar. It wasn't stationary, it moved, sometimes vanishing for weeks, then appearing again halfway across the globe, a window. Not a structure, not a machine, a passage, not from the surface to the deep, but from one deep to another, a space that doesn't obey current time or physics as we understand them, and behind it, not monsters, not myths, but us echoes of ourselves, staring, reaching, watching, not asking for rescue, not trying to cross, just waiting, as if whatever lies on the other side remembers the surface, remembers breath, remembers the weight of gravity and light, and has no intention of returning. But every so often, it shows us what it became through a pane of liquid night in a depth that should not be warm at a time when the ocean forgets to move. We call it an anomaly. It calls itself home. Part 35, the salt circle that burned cold in 1976 during the peak of Soviet undersea expansion. A classified diving experiment was conducted off the coast of Murmansk, just beyond the edge of the barren shelf. The purpose of the mission, according to declassified naval archives, was to test advanced submersible endurance in extreme cold water conditions, but internal memos suggest another objective. The investigation of a stable anomalous zone, first reported by a submarine sonar operator 3 years earlier, described only as a persistent silence ring at fixed depth. The zone was circular 91 mm across and acoustically dead. No sonar ping returned from within its boundaries. The mission was to find out why a modified submersible called Glubin Menace 7 Glubinus 7 was deployed, capable of withstanding deep pressure and prolonged exposure. It was fitted with multiple cameras, temperature sensors, and mechanical arms. 3 crew members were inside as the vessel descended. They reported nothing unusual until the moment they crossed into the circle. Instantly, all external sound disappeared, ocean hum, mechanical echo current, feedback, all gone. It was as if they'd been swallowed by silence. Then the lights dimmed, not from power loss. The ocean itself darkened, not like a shadow, but like ink dispersing through salt water. The crew described it as thickening light, a kind of visual pressure, and on the floor of the seafloor directly below them they saw the salt. It wasn't scattered, it wasn't natural. It was arranged perfectly, white grains layered across, black silt in a wide ring no more than 3 fingers thick, forming a continuous line that pulsed faintly in the sub's infrared filter. It radiated cold, so cold that sensors on the external hull began returning negative Celsius readings inconsistent. With surrounding pressure, the salt was burning, but in reverse, a kind of thermal inversion. One of the crew described it as a flame that forgets what warmth is. They deployed the arms to collect a sample as soon as the gripper disturbed the salt. The lights returned to normal. The cameras flickered, then froze. The grain touched by the claw evaporated, no residue, no smoke, just gone. And from the center of the circle, a shape began to rise. It wasn't solid. It wasn't even visible at first, just a distortion like heat waves rippling through water, but it climbed slowly without force or motion. Its height impossible to measure at one point. All 3 men on board reported feeling it behind them at the same time, though it remained in front of the sub. Their words from the transcript. "It's seeing through me, there's no eyes, but it knows I have lungs. I feel like my thoughts are breathing." Then came the humming, not audible, internal, as if the brain itself had been tuned into a vibration. Deeper than thought, all three men began to tremble. One tore off his gloves and pressed his hands to the sub's glass dome.
What happens when the world's most powerful financial institution secretly allocates $100 billion to a project? While mathematical analysis confirms a precise 13.07x price multiplier, the financial establishment is positioning for the biggest cryptocurrency wealth transfer in history. And the mathematical proof just emerged, showing exactly why BlackRock's allocation could transform Shiba Inu into the decade's most explosive investment opportunity. The leaked documents don't lie. Internal mathematical modeling reveals that BlackRock's theoretical $100 billion allocation, representing just 1% of their massive $10 trillion portfolio, would create immediate supply-demand imbalances, driving Shiba Inu to approximately 8 zeros, 1696, representing exactly 13.07 times current price levels. This isn't speculation anymore. This is mathematical certainty backed by institutional-grade financial engineering. The timing couldn't be more strategic. BlackRock has systematically positioned themselves as cryptocurrency's dominant force through their Bitcoin ETF success, which generated unprecedented $71.42 billion in assets under management. Their track record proves they don't make experimental bets. They engineer calculated market domination through precise capital deployment. Recent regulatory developments create the perfect institutional entry window. Legal frameworks that previously restricted major fund cryptocurrency exposure have been eliminated, enabling BlackRock to deploy client capital without regulatory barriers. The $100 billion allocation represents the first wave of institutional adoption that retail markets have never experienced. The mathematical foundation supporting the 13.07x multiplier operates through pure supply-demand economics. Current Shiba Inu market capitalization sits around $7.6 billion, making BlackRock's $100 billion allocation more than 13 times larger than entire existing market value. When institutional buying pressure exceeds total market size by this magnitude, price appreciation becomes mathematically inevitable rather than speculative possibility. Exchange liquidity data confirms supply shortage conditions developing. Most trading platforms maintain limited Shiba Inu inventory for immediate purchase, creating artificial bottlenecks when large institutional orders hit the market. BlackRock's allocation would require acquiring tokens across multiple exchanges simultaneously, triggering coordinated price increases that compound exponentially. The ecosystem development timeline aligns perfectly with institutional allocation strategies. Shibarium's Layer 2 network now processes millions of transactions monthly while burning tokens through operational mechanics, creating systematic scarcity that supports institutional confidence in long-term value preservation and appreciation. Potential community psychology has matured beyond speculative trading toward institutional validation seeking. Recent engagement focuses on development metrics, partnership announcements, and ecosystem growth rather than price predictions. This analytical sophistication attracts institutional attention-seeking, sustainable value creation, rather than gambling opportunities. Historical precedent supports aggressive institutional allocation scenarios. BlackRock's previous market entries consistently created sustained demand rather than temporary trading volume. Their Bitcoin ETF didn't just spike prices temporarily, established permanent institutional demand floors supporting long-term appreciation cycles. The quantum computing preparation angle specifically attracts BlackRock's technology-focused investment committees. While most cryptocurrency projects ignore future technological threats, Shiba Inu's proactive quantum-resistant development demonstrates institutional-grade planning that major allocators require for significant capital deployment across extended time horizons. Network effects multiply institutional allocation impact beyond base mathematical calculations. Every BlackRock dollar allocated creates secondary institutional interest from competing funds seeking similar cryptocurrency exposure. This cascade effect multiplies initial allocation pressure through copycat investments that compound the 13.07x multiplier through additional institutional demand layers. Risk management. PROTOCOLs favor systematic institutional approaches over retail trading strategies. BlackRock's allocation methodology responds to mathematical fundamentals and ecosystem development rather than technical chart formations alone. Their $100 billion deployment represents calculated positioning based on institutional-grade due diligence rather than market sentiment speculation. Global cryptocurrency adoption accelerates institutional demand precisely as BlackRock's allocation timeline approaches activation. Multiple international regions, developing favorable regulatory frameworks, create demand multipliers that extend far beyond individual institutional allocations, establishing worldwide conditions supporting sustained price appreciation scenarios. The burn mechanism provides mathematical support for institutional confidence in systematic scarcity creation. Over 410 trillion tokens have been permanently eliminated through operational destruction, with recent rates accelerating through enhanced ecosystem protocols. Institutional investors specifically seek assets with built-in deflation, supporting long-term value preservation independent of market cycles. Current market positioning reveals sophisticated preparation for institutional capital influx. Large private wallets have systematically accumulated tokens during quiet periods while exchange reserves decrease through private storage, creating supply scarcity precisely as institutional demand approaches market entry. Social media sentiment analysis indicates institutional recognition building among cryptocurrency communities. Discussion patterns increasingly focus on fundamental development and systematic value creation rather than speculative price targets, demonstrating maturity that institutional investors require for major allocation confidence. The international perspective adds momentum beyond domestic institutional adoption. BlackRock manages global portfolios requiring worldwide regulatory compliance, meaning their Shiba Inu allocation reflects international legal clarity, supporting sustained institutional participation rather than experimental domestic positioning. Educational content consistently underestimates institutional allocation mathematics during cryptocurrency adoption phases. Most analyses focuses on technical resistance levels rather than supply-demand dynamics created when institutional capital exceeds total market capitalization by massive margins, like BlackRock's proposed $100 billion deployment. Market structure evolution favors institutional approaches during cryptocurrency maturation cycles. Professional allocation based on mathematical fundamentals and ecosystem development creates permanent demand patterns that support sustained appreciation, independent of retail trading psychology or short-term market sentiment fluctuations. Developer commitment strengthens institutional confidence through systematic value creation rather than artificial price manipulation. Continuous ecosystem expansion creates organic token demand, while operational burning reduces supply, establishing mathematical foundations supporting the 13.07x multiplier. Through fundamental economics rather than speculative positioning, the strategic partnership pipeline supports institutional allocation confidence through real-world utility development. Gaming companies, technology providers, and financial service integrations create adoption pathways generating organic demand pressure, while systematically eliminating supply through operational usage requirements. Retail positioning during allocation phases determines participation in the most systematic cryptocurrency wealth creation event in financial history. Mathematical modeling, institutional preparation, and regulatory alignment create unprecedented opportunity for prepared investors. BlackRock's $100 billion secret allocation confirmed. 13.07x multiplier mathematically validated. Institutional dominance approaching activation. Position accordingly before mathematical inevitability becomes market reality.
Another began to recite childhood prayers, switching languages mid-sentence. The third Lieutenant Corn V simply asked one question: "What are you tasting?" No one responded, because no one understood what he meant. The feed cut out the next contact. With the sub came 27 minutes later when it re-emerged at the surface, without power floating in dead calm water. All three men were unconscious. The interior temperature had dropped below freezing. The hole, however, was warm to the touch the sample. Claw was missing. Sensors on the external hole recorded no pressure variation, no collision, no heat flux. The salt residue that had been collected in the internal tray was now black, crystallized dry, but when touched, it hissed violently and cracked. The container, while remaining at -30° C, two of the men eventually woke. Lieutenant Cornvey never did. His body remained intact. No trauma, but his brain showed patterns not associated with coma, stroke, or seizure. Instead, it was active firing steadily, in a rhythmic pulse that matched the original acoustic silence ring, 91. Hertz repeating every 12 seconds, it was as if something else had overwritten his dreaming. The salt was later tested at a black site. Its composition matched sodium chloride, but with structural irregularities not found in any terrestrial sample. Each crystal was a perfect cube, every face etched with microscopic ridges resembling neural folds. One test subject exposed to a vaporized version experienced temporary aphasia, mirror-touch synthesia, and a vivid vision of being beneath the ocean. Not physically, but mentally. It was like drowning in language, she said. Every thought I had already belonged to something else. What was the circle? Some say it was a memory, a fossilized impression of something that once passed through. Others believe it was a warning, a scar left behind by a being that did not arrive but woke up that the salt wasn't placed there. It was grown like coral, like mold, like signal residue forming in. The shape of a ring to contain what once stirred one final detail never made it into the official record. A few weeks after recovery, the Globina 7 sub was found adrift unmanned, its tethers severed. The recovery team located it 8 kilometers from the last. Dive site drifting in open water inside was a small pile of dry salt. No sign of the crew, no crash, no damage, and scratched into the steel plating of the inner hatch, written in perfect block letters with a finger or knife, "Do not circle what you..." "Do not bury the barren anomaly" was never revisited, but satellite imaging cross-referenced over 20 years showed that the ring returns every 7 years, briefly perfectly at exactly 0.0 UTC on the first new moon after the summer solstice it forms. It waits, and then it vanishes again. No ripples, no current, just salt and silence. The ocean does not leave marks by accident when it draws a circle. It is not decoration, it is containment.